the first book of Moses, commonly called Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. And the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth." And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days, and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And God said, "Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven." And God created great whales, and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful, and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth." And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind." And it was so. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them. And God said unto them, "Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth." And God said, "Behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree, in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat, and to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to every thing that creepeth upon the earth. Wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat. And it was so. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. So the heavens and the earth were completed, and all their hosts. And by the seventh day, God completed his work, which he had done, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work, which he had done. So God blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it as his own, that is, set it apart as holy from other days, because in it he rested from all his work, which he had created and done. This is the history of the origin of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. No shrub or plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no herb of the field had yet sprouted, for the Lord God hadn't caused it to rain on the earth, and there was no man to cultivate the ground, but a mist used to rise from the land and water the entire surface of the ground. Then the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being, an individual complete in body and spirit. And the Lord God planted a garden in the east, in Eden, and he put the man whom he had formed there. And in that garden the Lord God caused to grow from the ground every tree that is desirable and pleasing to the sight, and good for food. The tree of life was also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Now a river flowed out of Eden to water the garden, and from there it divided and became 4 rivers. The first river is named Pishon. It flows around the entire land of Havilah, where there is gold. The gold of that land is good. Bdellium and the onyx stone are found there. The name of the second river is Gihon. It flows around the entire land of Cush. The third river is named Hiddekel. It flows east of Assyria. And the fourth river is the Euphrates. So the Lord God took the man he had made and settled him in the Garden of Eden to cultivate and keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, "You may freely eat the fruit from every tree of the garden, but only from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat. Otherwise, on the day that you eat from it, you shall most certainly die because of your disobedience." Now the Lord God said, "It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make him a helper, one who balances him, a counterpart who is suitable and complementary for him." So the Lord God formed out of the ground every animal of the field and every bird of the air, and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called a living creature, that was its name. And the man gave names to all the livestock, and to the birds of the air, and to every animal of the field. But for Adam there was not found a helper suitable for him. So the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and while he slept, he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh at that place. And the rib which the Lord God had taken from the man he made into a woman, and he brought her and presented her to the man. Then Adam said, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. For this reason, a man shall leave his father and his mother, and shall be joined to his wife, and they shall become one flesh." And the man and his wife were both naked, and were not ashamed or embarrassed. Now the serpent was more crafty than any living creature of the field which the Lord God had made. And the serpent said to the woman, "Can it really be that God has said, 'You shall not eat from any tree of the garden'?" And the woman said to the serpent, "We may eat fruit from the trees of the garden, except the fruit from the tree which is in the middle of the garden. God said, 'You shall not eat from it, nor touch it, otherwise you will die." But the serpent said to the woman, "You certainly will not die. For God knows that on the day you eat from it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was delightful to look at, and a tree to be desired in order to make one wise and insightful, she took some of its fruit and ate it. And she also gave some to her husband with her, and he ate. Then the eyes of the two of them were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they fastened fig leaves together and made themselves coverings. And they heard the sound of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. So the man and his wife hid and kept themselves hidden from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. But the Lord God called to Adam and said to him, "Where are you?" He said, "I heard the sound of you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked. So I hid myself." God said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree of which I commanded you not to eat?" And the man said, "The woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me from the tree, and I ate it." Then the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this that you have done?" And the woman said, "The serpent beguiled and deceived me, and I ate." The Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, you are cursed more than all the cattle, and more than any animal of the field. On your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel." To the woman he said, "I will greatly multiply your pain in childbirth. In pain you will give birth to children. Yet your desire and longing will be for your husband, and he will rule over you and be responsible for you." Then to Adam the Lord God said, "Because you have listened to the voice of your wife, and have eaten from the tree about which I commanded you, saying, 'You shall not eat of it,' the ground is under a curse because of you. In sorrow and toil you shall eat of it all the days of your life. Both thorns and thistles it shall grow for you, and you shall eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your face you will eat bread until you return to the ground, for from it you were taken. For you are dust, and to dust you shall return." The man named his wife Eve, because she was the mother of all the living. The Lord God made tunics of skins for Adam and his wife and clothed them. And the Lord God said, "Behold, the man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. And now he might stretch out his hand and take from the tree of life as well, and eat its fruit, and live forever." Therefore the Lord God sent Adam away from the Garden of Eden to till and cultivate the ground from which he was taken. So God drove the man out, and at the east of the Garden of Eden he stationed the cherubim and the sword with the flashing blade, which turned round and round to protect and guard the way to the tree of life. Now the man Adam knew Eve as his wife, and she conceived and gave birth to Cain. And she said, "I have obtained a man with the help of the Lord." And later she gave birth to his brother Abel. Now Abel kept the flocks, but Cain cultivated the ground. And in the course of time, Cain brought to the Lord an offering of the fruit of the ground. But Abel brought an offering of the finest firstborn of his flock and the fat portions. And the Lord had respect for Abel and for his offering. But for Cain and his offering, he had no respect. So Cain became extremely angry, and he looked annoyed and hostile. And the Lord said to Cain, "Why are you so angry? And why do you look annoyed? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you don't do well, sin crouches at your door, Its desire is for you, but you must master it." Cain talked with Abel his brother, and when they were in the field, Cain attacked Abel his brother and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is Abel your brother?" And he said, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" The Lord said, "What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying out to me from the ground. And now you are cursed from the ground, which has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you cultivate the ground, it shall no longer yield its strength for you. You shall be a fugitive and a vagabond on the earth." Cain said to the Lord, "My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, you have driven me out this day from the face of the land, and from your presence I will be hidden, and I will be a fugitive and a vagabond on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me." And the Lord said to him, "Therefore, whoever kills Cain, a sevenfold vengeance shall be taken on him." And the Lord set a protective mark on Cain, so that no one who found him would kill him. So Cain went away from the presence of the Lord and lived in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and gave birth to Enoch. And Cain built a city and named it Enoch, after the name of his son. Now to Enoch was born Irad, and Irad became the father of Mehujael, and Mehujael became the father of Methushael, and Methushael became the father of Lamech. And Lamech took for himself 2 wives. The name of the one was Adah, and the name of the other, Zillah. Adah gave birth to Jabal. He became the father of those who live in tents and have cattle and raise livestock. His brother's name was Jubal. He became the father of all those who play the lyre and flute. Zillah gave birth to Tubal-Cain, the smith and teacher of every artisan in instruments of bronze and iron. The sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. Lamech said to his wives, "Adah and Zillah, hear my voice. You wives of Lamech, listen to what I say. For I have killed a man for wounding me, and a boy for striking me. If Cain is avenged 7-fold, then Lamech will be avenged 77-fold." Adam knew his wife again, and she gave birth to a son and named him Seth, for she said, "God has granted another child for me in place of Abel, because Cain killed him." To Seth also a son was born, whom he named Enosh. At that time, men began to call on the name of the Lord. This is the book of the generations of the descendants of Adam. When God created man, he made him in the likeness of God. He created them, male and female, and blessed them and named them mankind at the time they were created. When Adam had lived 130 years, he became the father of a son in his own likeness, according to his image, and named him Seth. After he became the father of Seth, Adam lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. So Adam lived 930 years in all, and he died. When Seth was 105 years old, he became the father of Enosh. Seth lived 807 years after the birth of Enosh, and he had other sons and daughters. So Seth lived 912 years, and he died. When Enosh was 90 years old, he became the father of Canaan. Enosh lived 815 years after the birth of Canaan, and had other sons and daughters. So Enosh lived 905 years, and he died. When Canaan was 70 years old, he became the father of Mahalalel. Canaan lived 840 years after the birth of Mahalalel, and had other sons and daughters. So Canaan lived 910 years, and he died. When Mahalalel was 65 years old, he became the father of Jared. Mahalalel lived 830 years after the birth of Jared, and had other sons and daughters. So Mahalalel lived 895 years, and he died. When Jared was 162 years old, he became the father of Enoch. Jared lived 800 years after the birth of Enoch and had other sons and daughters. So Jared lived 962 years, and he died. When Enoch was 65 years old, he became the father of Methuselah. Enoch walked with God 300 years after the birth of Methuselah and had other sons and daughters. So all the days of Enoch were 365 years. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not found among men, because God took him away to be home with him. When Methuselah was 187 years old, he became the father of Lamech. Methuselah lived 782 years after the birth of Lamech and had other sons and daughters. So Methuselah lived 969 years, and he died. When Lamech was 182 years old, he became the father of a son. He named him Noah, saying, "This one shall bring us rest and comfort from our work and from the toil of our hands because of the ground which the Lord cursed." Lamech lived 595 years after the birth of Noah and had other sons and daughters. So all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. After Noah was 500 years old, he became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now it happened, when men began to multiply on the face of the land, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful and desirable, and they took wives for themselves, whomever they chose and desired. Then the Lord said, "My spirit shall not strive and remain with man forever, because he is indeed flesh. Nevertheless, his days shall yet be 120 years." There were Nephilim on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God lived with the daughters of men, and they gave birth to their children. These were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. The Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great on the earth, and that every imagination or intent of the thoughts of his heart were only evil continually. The Lord regretted that he had made mankind on the earth, and he was deeply grieved in his heart. So the Lord said, "I will destroy mankind, whom I have created from the surface of the earth, not only man, but the animals and the crawling things, and the birds of the air, because it deeply grieves me, and I regret that I have made them." But Noah found favor and grace in the eyes of the Lord. These are the records of the generations of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, blameless in his generation. Noah walked with God. Now Noah became the father of 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth was corrupt in God's sight, and the land was filled with violence. God looked on the earth and saw how debased and degenerate it was, for all humanity had corrupted their way on the earth and lost their true direction. God said to Noah, "I intend to make an end of all that lives, for through men the land is filled with violence, and behold, I am about to destroy them together with the land. Make yourself an ark of gopher wood. Make in it rooms, and coat it inside and out with pitch. This is the way you are to make it. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, its width 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. You shall make a window for the ark, and finish it to at least a cubit from the top, and set the door of the ark in its side, and you shall make it with lower, second, and third decks. For behold, I, even I, will bring a flood of waters on the earth, to destroy all life under the heavens, in which there is the breath and spirit of life. Everything that is on the land shall die. But I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall come into the ark, you and your sons and your wife, and your sons' wives with you. And of every living thing, you shall bring 2 of every kind into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female, of fowls and birds according to their kind, of animals according to their kind, of every crawling thing of the ground according to its kind. 2 of every kind shall come to you to keep them alive. Also, take with you every kind of food that is edible, and you shall collect and store it, and it shall be food for you and for them." So Noah did this. According to all that God commanded him, that is what he did. Then the Lord said to Noah, "Come into the ark, you with all your household, for you alone I have seen as righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean animal you shall take with you 7 pair, the male and his female, and of animals that are not clean, 2 each the male and his female. Also of the birds of the air, 7 pair, the male and the female, to keep the offspring alive on the surface of the earth. For in 7 days I am going to cause it to rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. And I will destroy every living thing that I have made from the surface of the earth." So Noah did all that the Lord commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the flood of water came on the earth. Then Noah and his sons, and his wife and his sons' wives with him, entered the ark to escape the floodwaters. Of clean animals and animals that are not clean, and birds and fowls, and everything that crawls on the ground, they came into the ark with Noah 2 by 2, the male and the female, just as God had commanded Noah. And after the 7 days the floodwaters came on the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, on the 17th day of the 2nd month, on that same day, all the fountains of the great deep burst open, and the windows and floodgates of the heavens were opened. It rained on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. On the very same day, Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife and the 3 wives of his sons with them, entered the ark. They and every animal according to its kind, all the livestock according to their kinds, every moving thing that crawls on the earth according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, every winged thing of every sort. So they went into the ark with Noah, 2 by 2 of all living beings, in which there was the breath and spirit of life. Those which entered, male and female of all flesh, entered as God had commanded Noah, and the Lord closed the door behind him. The flood was 40 days and nights on the earth, and the waters increased and lifted up the ark, and it floated high above the land. The waters became mighty and increased greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the surface of the waters. The waters prevailed so greatly and were so mighty and overwhelming on the earth, so that all the high mountains everywhere under the heavens were covered. In fact, the waters became 15 cubits higher, and the mountains were covered. All living beings that moved on the earth perished, birds and cattle, wild animals, all things that swarm and crawl on the earth, and all mankind. Everything on the dry land, all in whose nostrils was the breath and spirit of life, died. God destroyed every living thing that was on the surface of the earth, man and animals, and the crawling things, and the birds of the heavens were destroyed from the land. Only Noah and those who were with him in the ark remained alive. The waters covered all of the earth for 150 days. And God remembered and thought kindly of Noah and every living thing and all the animals that were with him in the ark. And God made a wind blow over the land, and the waters receded. Also the fountains of the deep and the windows of the heavens were closed. The pouring rain from the sky was restrained, and the waters receded steadily from the earth. At the end of 150 days, the waters had diminished. On the 17th day of the 7th month, the ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. The waters continued to decrease until the 10th month. On the first day of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains were seen. At the end of another 40 days, Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent out a raven, which flew here and there until the waters were dried up from the earth. Then Noah sent out a dove to see if the water level had fallen below the surface of the land, but the dove found no place on which to rest the sole of her foot, and she returned to him to the ark, for the waters were still on the face of the entire earth. So he reached out his hand and took the dove and brought her into the ark. He waited another 7 days and again sent the dove out from the ark. The dove came back to him in the evening, and there, in her beak, was a fresh olive leaf. So Noah knew that the water level had subsided from the earth. Then he waited another 7 days and sent out the dove, but she did not return to him again. Now in the 601st year of Noah's life, on the first day of the first month, the waters were drying up from the earth. Then Noah removed the covering of the ark and looked, and the surface of the ground was drying. On the 27th day of the second month, the land was entirely dry. And God spoke to Noah, saying, "Go out of the ark, you and your wife and your sons and their wives with you. Bring out with you every living thing from all flesh, birds and animals, and every crawling thing that crawls on the earth, that they may breed abundantly on the earth, and be fruitful and multiply on the earth." So Noah went out, and his wife and his sons and their wives with him. Every animal, every crawling thing, every bird, and whatever moves on the land, went out by families from the ark. And Noah built an altar to the Lord, and took of every clean animal and of every clean bird, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. The Lord smelled the pleasing aroma, and the Lord said to himself, "I will never again curse the ground because of man, for the intent of man's heart is wicked from his youth. And I will never again destroy every living thing, as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, winter and summer, and day and night shall not cease." And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth. The fear and the terror of you shall be instinctive in every animal of the land, and in every bird of the air. And together with everything that moves on the ground, and with all the fish of the sea, they are given into your hand. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. I give you everything, as I gave you the green plants and vegetables. But you shall not eat meat along with its life, that is, its blood. For your lifeblood, I will most certainly require an accounting. From every animal that kills a person, I will require it. And from man, from every man's brother, I will require the life of man. Whoever sheds man's blood unlawfully, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God he made man. As for you, be fruitful and multiply. Populate the earth abundantly and multiply in it." Then God spoke to Noah and to his sons with him, saying, "Now behold, I am establishing my covenant with you and with your descendants after you, and with every living creature that is with you, the birds, the livestock, and the wild animals of the earth along with you, of everything that comes out of the ark, every living creature of the earth. I will establish my covenant with you. Never again shall all flesh be cut off by the water of a flood, nor shall there ever again be a flood to destroy and ruin the earth." And God said, "This is the token of the covenant which I am making between me and you and every living creature that is with you, for all future generations. I set my rainbow in the clouds, and it shall be a sign of a covenant between me and the earth. It shall come about when I bring clouds over the earth, that the rainbow shall be seen in the clouds, and I will compassionately remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and never again will the water become a flood to destroy all flesh. When the rainbow is in the clouds, and I look at it, I will solemnly remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is on the earth. And God said to Noah, "This rainbow is the sign of the covenant, which I have established between me and all living things on the earth." The sons of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth. Ham would become the father of Canaan. These are the 3 sons of Noah, and from these men the whole earth was populated and scattered with inhabitants. And Noah began to farm and cultivate the ground, and he planted a vineyard. He drank some of the wine and became drunk, and he was uncovered and lay exposed inside his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his 2 brothers outside. So Shem and Japheth took a robe and put it on both their shoulders and walked backwards and covered the nakedness of their father. Their faces were turned away so that they didn't see their father's nakedness. When Noah awoke from his wine-induced stupor, he knew what his younger son Ham had done to him. So he said, "Cursed be Canaan, the son of Ham. A servant of servants he shall be to his brothers." He also said, "Blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. May God enlarge the land of Japheth, and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant." Noah lived 350 years after the flood. So all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. These are the records of the generations of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and the sons born to them after the flood. The sons of Japheth: Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. The sons of Gomer: Ashkenaz, Riphath, and Togarmah. The sons of Javan: Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. From these, the people of the coastlands of the nations were separated and spread into their lands, everyone according to his own language, according to their constituent groups, and into their nations. The sons of Ham: Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. The sons of Cush: Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Rama, and Sabteka. And the sons of Rama: Sheba and Dedan. Cush became the father of Nimrod. He became a mighty one on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Therefore, it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. The beginning of his kingdom was Babel and Erech and Akkad and Calneh in the land of Shinar. From that land, Nimrod went to Assyria and built Nineveh and Rehoboth-ir and Calah and Resen, which is between Nineveh and Calah. All these combined to form the great city. Mizraim became the father of Ludim, Anamim, Lehabim, Naphtuhim, and Pathrusim, and Casluhim, from whom came the Philistines, and Caphtorim. Canaan became the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and Huth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite, and the Hivite, and the Archite, and the Sinite, and the Arvadite, and the Zemarite, and the Hamathite. Afterward, the families of the Canaanite were spread abroad. The territory of the Canaanite extended from Sidon, as one goes to Gerar, as far as Gaza, and as one goes to Sodom and Gomorrah and Admah and Zeboim, as far as Lasha. These are the descendants of Ham, according to their constituent groups, according to their languages, by their lands, and by their nations. Also to Shem, the father of all the children of Eber, the older brother of Japheth, children were born. The sons of Shem: Elam, Ashur, Arpachshad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram: Uz, Hul, Gether, and Mash. Arpachshad became the father of Shelah, and Shelah became the father of Eber. 2 sons were born to Eber. The name of one was Peleg, for the inhabitants of the earth were divided in his days, and his brother's name was Joktan. Joktan became the father of Almadad, Shalef, Hazarmaveth, Jerah, and Hadaram, Uzal, Dikla, and Obal, Abimael, Sheba, and Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. Now their territory extended from Mesha, as one goes towards Sephar, to the hill country of the east. These are Shem's descendants, according to their constituent groups, according to their languages, by their lands, according to their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, according to their descendants, by their nations. And from these people the nations were separated and spread abroad on the earth after the flood. Now the whole earth spoke one language and used the same words. And as people journeyed eastward, they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they settled there. They said one to another, "Come, let us make bricks, and fire them thoroughly." So they used brick for stone, and they used tar for mortar. They said, "Come, let us build a city for ourselves, and a tower whose top will reach into the heavens, and let us make a famous name for ourselves, so that we will not be scattered and be dispersed over the surface of the entire earth." Now the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the sons of men had built. And the Lord said, "Behold, they are one unified people, and they all have the same language. This is only the beginning of what they will do in rebellion against me. And now no evil thing they imagine they can do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and there confuse and mix up their language, so that they will not understand one another's speech." So the Lord scattered them abroad from there over the surface of the entire earth, and they stopped building the city. Therefore, the name of the city was Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of the entire earth, and from that place the Lord scattered and dispersed them over the surface of all the earth. These are the records of the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old when he became the father of Arpachshad, 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived 500 years after Arpachshad was born, and he had other sons and daughters. When Arpachshad had lived 35 years, he became the father of Shelah. Arpachshad lived 403 years after Shelah was born, and he had other sons and daughters. When Shelah had lived 30 years, he became the father of Eber. Shelah lived 403 years after Eber was born, and he had other sons and daughters. When Eber had lived 34 years, he became the father of Peleg. And Eber lived 430 years after Peleg was born, and he had other sons and daughters. When Peleg had lived 30 years, he became the father of Roi. And Peleg lived 209 years after Roi was born, and he had other sons and daughters. When Roi had lived 32 years, he became the father of Serug. And Reu lived 207 years after Serug was born, and he had other sons and daughters. When Serug had lived 30 years, he became the father of Nahor. And Serug lived 200 years after Nahor was born, and he had other sons and daughters. When Nahor had lived 29 years, he became the father of Terah. And Nahor lived 119 years after Terah was born, and he had other sons and daughters. After Terah had lived 70 years, he became the father of Abram and Nahor and Haran. Now these are the records of the descendants of Terah. Terah was the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran was the father of Lot. Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his birth, in Ur of the Chaldeans. Abram and Nahor took wives for themselves. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah and Iscah. But Sarai was barren. She did not have a child. Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran, his grandson, and Sarai his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife. And they went out together to go from Ur of the Chaldeans into the land of Canaan. But when they came to Haran, they settled there. Terah lived 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Now the Lord had said to Abram, "Go away from your country, and from your relatives, and from your father's house, to the land which I will show you. And I will make you a great nation, and I will bless you, and make your name great. And you shall be a blessing. And I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse the one who curses you. And in you all the families of the earth will be blessed." So Abram departed, as the Lord had directed him, and Lot left with him. Abram was 75 years old when he left Haran. Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his nephew, and all their possessions which they had acquired, and the people which they had acquired in Haran, and they set out to go to the land of Canaan. When they came to the land of Canaan, Abram passed through the land as far as the site of Shechem, to the terebinth tree of Moreh. Now the Canaanites were in the land at that time. Then the Lord appeared to Abram and said, "I will give this land to your descendants." So Abram built an altar there to the Lord, who had appeared to him. Then he moved on from there to the mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. And there he built an altar to the Lord, and called on the name of the Lord. Then Abram journeyed on, continuing toward the Negev. Now there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt to live temporarily, for the famine in the land was oppressive and severe. And when he was about to enter Egypt, he said to Sarai his wife, "Listen, I know that you are a beautiful woman. So when the Egyptians see you, they will say, 'This is his wife,' and they will kill me, but they will let you live. Please tell them that you are my sister, so that things will go well for me for your sake, and my life will be spared because of you." And when Abram entered Egypt, the Egyptians saw that Sarai was very beautiful. Pharaoh's princes also saw her and praised her to Pharaoh, and the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. Therefore, Pharaoh treated Abram well for her sake. He acquired sheep, oxen, male and female donkeys, male and female servants, and camels. But the Lord punished Pharaoh and his household with severe plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. Then Pharaoh called Abram and said, "What is this that you have done to me? Why did you not tell me that she was your wife? Why did you say, 'She is my sister,' so that I took her as my wife? Now then, here is your wife. Take her and go." So Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they escorted him on his way, with his wife and all that he had. So Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the Negev. Now Abram was extremely rich in livestock, and in silver, and in gold. He journeyed on from the Negev as far as Bethel, to the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai, where he had first built an altar. And there Abram called on the name of the Lord. But Lot, who went with Abram, also had flocks and herds and tents. Now the land was not able to support them while they lived near one another, for their possessions were too great for them to stay together. And there was strife and quarreling between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle and the herdsmen of Lot's cattle. Now the Canaanite and the Perizzite were living in the land at that same time. So Abram said to Lot, Please let there be no strife and disagreement between you and me, nor between your herdsman and my herdsman, because we are relatives. Is not the entire land before you? Please separate from me. If you take the left, then I will go to the right. Or if you choose the right, then I will go to the left." So Lot looked and saw that the valley of the Jordan was well watered everywhere. This was before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. It was all like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as you go to Zoar. Then Lot chose for himself all the valley of the Jordan, and he traveled east. So they separated from each other. Abram settled in the land of Canaan, and Lot settled in the cities of the valley, and camped as far as Sodom, and lived there. But the men of Sodom were extremely wicked and sinful against the Lord. The Lord said to Abram, after Lot had left him, "Now lift up your eyes, and look from the place where you are standing, northward and southward, and eastward and westward. For all the land which you see, I will give to you, and to your descendants forever. I will make your descendants as the dust of the earth, so that if a man could count the dust of the earth, then your descendants could also be counted. Arise, walk around in the land, through its length and its width, for I will give it to you." Then Abram broke camp and moved his tent, and came and settled by the terebinths of Mamre, which are in Hebron, and there he built an altar to the Lord. In the days of the kings, Amraphel of Shinar, Arioch of Elasar, Chedorlaomer of Elam, and Tidal of Goyim, they made war with Bera, king of Sodom, Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemaber, king of Zeboyim, and the king of Bela. All of these kings joined together in the valley of Siddim. 12 years they had served Chedorlaomer, but in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year, Chedorlaomer and the kings who were with him attacked and subdued the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnaim, the Zuzim in Ham, and the Imim in Shaveh Kiriathaim, and the Horites in their mountainous country of Seir, as far as El-Paran, which is on the border of the wilderness. Then they turned back and came to En-Mishpat, and subdued all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites, who lived in Hazazon Tamar. Then the kings of Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboyim, and Bela came out, and they joined together for battle with the invading kings in the valley of Siddim, against Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goyim, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Siddim was full of tar pits, and as the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, they fell into them. But the remainder who survived fled to the hill country. Then the victors took all the possessions of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their food supply and provisions, and left. And they also took Lot, Abram's nephew, and his possessions, and left, for he was living in Sodom. Then a survivor who had escaped came and told Abram the Hebrew. Now he was living by the terebinths of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Eshcol and brother of Aner. They were allies of Abram. When Abram heard that his nephew had been captured, he armed and led out his trained men, born in his own house, 318, and went in pursuit as far as Dan. He divided his forces against them by night, he and his servants, and attacked and defeated them, and pursued them as far as Hobah, which is north of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought back his nephew Lot, and his possessions, and also the women and the people. Then after Abram's return from the defeat of Chedorlaomer and the kings who were with him, the king of Sodom went out to meet him at the valley of Shaveh. Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine for them, He was the priest of God Most High. And Melchizedek blessed Abram and said, "Blessed be Abram by God Most High, Creator and possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed, praised, and glorified be God Most High, who has given your enemies into your hand." And Abram gave him 1/10 of all. The king of Sodom said to Abram, "Give me the people and keep the goods for yourself." But Abram said to the king of Sodom, "I have raised my hand and sworn an oath to the Lord, God Most High, the Creator and possessor of heaven and earth, that I would not take anything that is yours, from a thread to a sandal strap. So you could not say, 'I have made Abram rich.' I will take nothing except what my young men have eaten, and the share of the spoils belonging to the men who went with me, Honor, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their share of the spoils." After these things, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision, saying, "Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield. Your reward shall be very great." Abram said, "Lord God, what reward will you give me, since I am childless? And he who will be the owner and heir of my house, is this Eliezer from Damascus?" And Abram continued, "Since you have given no child to me, one born in my house is my heir." Then behold, the word of the Lord came to him, saying, "This man will not be your heir, but he who shall come from your own body shall be your heir." And the Lord brought Abram outside and said, "Look now toward the heavens and count the stars, if you are able to count them." Then he said to him, "So shall your descendants be." Then Abram believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him as righteousness. And he said to him, "I am the Lord who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land as an inheritance." But Abram said, "Lord God, by what will I know that I will inherit it?" So God said to him, "Bring me a 3-year-old heifer, a 3-year-old female goat, a 3-year-old ram, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon." So Abram brought all these to him and cut them down the middle, and laid each half opposite the other. But he did not cut the birds. The birds of prey swooped down on the carcasses, but Abram drove them away. When the sun was setting, a deep sleep overcame Abram, and a horror of great darkness overcame him. God said to Abram, "Know for sure that your descendants will be strangers in a land that is not theirs, where they will be enslaved and oppressed for 400 years. But on that nation whom your descendants will serve, I will bring judgment, and afterward they will come out with great possessions. As for you, you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried at a good old age. Then in the 4th generation, your descendants shall return here, for the wickedness and guilt of the Amorites is not yet complete." When the sun had gone down and a darkness had come, there appeared a smoking brazier and a flaming torch, which passed between the pieces. On the same day, the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, "To your descendants I have given this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river Euphrates, the land of the Kenites, and the Kenizzites, and the Cadmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaim, the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites." Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had not borne him any children, and she had an Egyptian maid, whose name was Hagar. So Sarai said to Abram, "See here, the Lord has prevented me from bearing children. I am asking you to go into my maid. Perhaps I will obtain children by her." And Abram listened to Sarai and did as she said. After Abram had lived in the land of Canaan 10 years, Abram's wife Sarai took Hagar the Egyptian, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. He went into Hagar, and she conceived. And when she realized that she had conceived, she looked with contempt on her mistress. Then Sarai said to Abram, "May the wrong done to me be upon you. I gave my maid into your arms, and when she realized that she had conceived, I was despised and looked on with disrespect. May the Lord judge between you and me." But Abram said to Sarai, "Look, your maid is entirely in your hands, and subject to your authority. Do as you please with her." So Sarai treated her harshly and humiliated her, and Hagar fled from her. But the angel of the Lord found her by a spring of water in the wilderness on the road to Shur. And he said, "Hagar, Sarai's maid, where did you come from, and where are you going?" And she said, "I am running away from my mistress Sarai." The angel of the Lord said to her, "Go back to your mistress and submit humbly to her authority." Then the angel of the Lord said to her, "I will greatly multiply your descendants so that they will be too many to count." The angel of the Lord continued, "Behold, you are with child, and you will bear a son, and you shall name him Ishmael, because the Lord has heard and paid attention to your persecution. He will be a wild donkey of a man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he will dwell in defiance of all his brothers." Then she called the name of the Lord who spoke to her, "You are God who sees." For she said, "Have I not even here remained alive after seeing him?" Therefore the well was called Beer Lahai Roi. It is between Kadesh and Bered. So Hagar gave birth to Abram's son, and Abram named his son, to whom Hagar gave birth, Ishmael. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar gave birth to Ishmael. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am God Almighty. Walk before me and be blameless and complete. I will establish my covenant between me and you, and I will multiply you exceedingly." Then Abram fell on his face, and God spoke with him, saying, "As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be the father of many nations. No longer shall your name be Abram, but your name shall be Abraham. For I will make you the father of many nations. I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings will come from you. I will establish my covenant between me and you and your descendants after you throughout their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be God to you and to your descendants after you. I will give to you and to your descendants after you the land in which you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan, as an everlasting possession, and I will be their God." Further, God said to Abraham, "As for you, you shall keep and faithfully obey my covenant, you and your descendants after you throughout their generations. This is my covenant, which you shall keep and faithfully obey, between me and you and your descendants after you. Every male among you shall be circumcised, and you shall be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskins, and it shall be the sign of the covenant between me and you. Every male among you who is 8 days old shall be circumcised throughout your generations. A servant, whether born in the house, or one who is purchased with money from any foreigner, who is not of your descendants. A servant who is born in your house, or one who is purchased with your money, must be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the male who is not circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin, that person shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant." Then God said to Abraham, "As for Sarai, your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but her name will be Sarah. I will bless her, And indeed, I will also give you a son by her. Yes, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of peoples will come from her." Then Abraham fell on his face and laughed, and said in his heart, "Shall a child be born to a man who is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bear a child?" And Abraham said to God, "Oh, that Ishmael might live before you." But God said, "No, Sarah, your wife, shall bear you a son indeed, and you shall name him Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his descendants after him. As for Ishmael, I have heard and listened to you. Behold, I will bless him, and will make him fruitful, and will greatly multiply him. He will be the father of 12 princes, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah will bear to you at this time next year." And God finished speaking with him, and went up from Abraham. Then Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all the servants who were born in his house, and all who were purchased with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's household, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin the very same day, as God had said to him. So Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised, and Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised. On the very same day Abraham was circumcised, as well as Ishmael his son. All the men of his household, both those born in the house and those purchased with money from a foreigner, were circumcised along with him. Now the Lord appeared to Abraham by the terebinth trees of Mamre, while he was sitting at the tent door in the heat of the day. When he raised his eyes and looked up, behold, 3 men were standing from him. When he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them and bowed down to the ground. And Abraham said, "My Lord, if now I have found favor in your sight, please do not pass by your servant. Please let a little water be brought, and wash your feet, and recline and rest comfortably under the tree. And I will bring a piece of bread to refresh and sustain you. After that, you may go on, since you have come to your servant." And they replied, "Do as you have said." So Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah and said, "Quickly, get ready 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and bake cakes." Abraham also ran to the herd and brought a calf, tender and choice, and he gave it to the servant, and he hurried to prepare it. Then he took curds and milk and the calf which he had prepared, and set it before the men, and he stood beside them under the tree while they ate. Then they said to him, "Where is Sarah, your wife?" And he said, "There, in the tent." He said, "I will surely return to you at this time next year, and behold, Sarah your wife will have a son." And Sarah was listening at the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, well advanced in years. She was past childbearing. So Sarah laughed to herself, saying, "After I have become old, shall I have pleasure and delight, my Lord being also old?" And the Lord asked Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh, saying, 'Shall I really give birth when I am so old?' Is anything too difficult or too wonderful for the Lord? At the appointed time, when the season comes, I will return to you, and Sarah will have a son." Then Sarah denied it, saying, "I did not laugh," because she was afraid. And he said, "No, but you did laugh." Then the men got up from there and looked toward Sodom, and Abraham walked with them to send them on the way. The Lord said, "Shall I keep secret from Abraham what I am going to do, since Abraham is destined to become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth will be blessed through him? For I have known him, so that he may teach and command his children and his household after him to keep the way of the Lord by doing what is righteous and just, so that the Lord may bring upon Abraham what he has promised him. And the Lord said, "The outcry of Sodom and Gomorrah is indeed great, and their sin is exceedingly grave. I will go down now and see whether they have acted as the outcry which has come to me indicates, and if not, I will know." Now the men turned away from there and went toward Sodom, but Abraham remained standing before the Lord. Abraham approached and said, "Will you really sweep away the righteous with the wicked? Suppose there are 50 righteous within the city. Will you really sweep it away and not spare it for the sake of the 50 righteous who are in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing, to strike the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous and the wicked are treated alike. Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right?" So the Lord said, "If I find within the city of Sodom 50 righteous, then I will spare the entire place for their sake." Abraham answered, "Now behold, I who am but dust and ashes have decided to speak to the Lord. If 5 of the 50 righteous are lacking, will you destroy the entire city for lack of 5? And he said, "If I find 45 there, I will not destroy it." Abraham spoke to him yet again and said, "Suppose 40 are found there." And he said, "I will not do it for the sake of the 40. Then Abraham said, "Oh, may the Lord not be angry, and I will speak. Suppose 30 are found there." And he said, "I will not do it if I find 30 there." And he said, "Now behold, I have decided to speak to the Lord. Suppose 20 are found there." And the Lord said, "I will not destroy it for the sake of the 20. Then Abraham said, "Oh, may the Lord not be angry, and I will speak only this once. Suppose 10 are found there." And he said, "I will not destroy it for the sake of the 10. As soon as he had finished speaking with Abraham, the Lord departed, and Abraham returned to his own place. It was evening when the 2 angels came to Sodom. Lot was sitting at Sodom's gate. Seeing them, Lot got up to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground. And he said, "See here, my lords, please turn aside and come into your servant's house and spend the night and wash your feet. Then you may get up early and go on your way." But they said, "No, we shall spend the night in the open plaza." However, Lot strongly urged them, so they turned aside and entered his house, and he prepared a feast for them and baked unleavened bread, and they ate. But before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both young and old, surrounded the house, all the men from every quarter. And they called out to Lot and said to him, "Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us, so that we may know them." But Lot went out of the doorway to the men and shut the door after him, and said, "Please, my brothers, do not do something so wicked. See here, I have 2 daughters who have not known a man. Please let me bring them out to you, and you can do as you please with them. Only do nothing to these men, because they have, in fact, come under the shelter of my roof." But they said, "Get out of the way." And they said, "This man came to live here temporarily, and now he is acting like a judge. Now we will treat you worse than your visitors." So they rushed forward and pressed violently against Lot and came close to breaking down the door. But the men reached out with their hands and pulled Lot into the house with them and shut the door. They struck the men who were at the doorway of the house with blindness, from the young men to the old men, so that they exhausted themselves trying to find the doorway. And the men asked Lot, "Have you any others here in Sodom? A son-in-law, and your sons, and your daughters? Whomever you have in the city, take them out of here. For we are destroying this place, because the outcry against them has grown so great before the Lord, that the Lord has sent us to destroy and ruin it." So Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who were to marry his daughters, and said, "Get up, get out of this place, for the Lord is about to destroy this city." But to his sons-in-law he appeared to be joking. When morning dawned, the angels urged Lot, saying, "Get up, take your wife and 2 daughters who are here, or you will be swept away in the punishment of the city." But Lot hesitated and lingered. The men took hold of his hand, and the hand of his wife, and the hands of his 2 daughters, because the Lord was merciful to him, and they brought him out, and left him outside the city. When they had brought them outside, one said, "Escape for your life. Do not look behind you, or stop anywhere in the entire valley. Escape to the mountains, or you will be consumed and swept away." But Lot said to them, "Oh no, my lords. Please listen. Your servant has found favor in your sight, and you have magnified your loving kindness to me by saving my life. But I cannot escape to the mountains, because the disaster will overtake me, and I will be killed. Now look, this town is near enough for us to flee to, and it is small. Please, let me escape there so that my life will be saved." And the angel said to him, "Behold, I grant you this request also. I will not destroy this town of which you have spoken. Hurry and take refuge there, for I cannot do anything until you arrive there." For this reason the town was named Zoar. The sun had risen over the earth when Lot came to Zoar. Then the Lord rained down brimstone and fire on Sodom and on Gomorrah from the Lord out of heaven, and he overthrew those cities, and the entire valley, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and whatever grew on the ground. But Lot's wife, from behind him, looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Abraham started out early the next morning to the place where he had stood before the Lord. And he looked down toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the valley. And he saw, and behold, the smoke of the land went up like the smoke of a kiln. Now when God ravaged and destroyed the cities of the plain, he remembered Abraham, and he sent Lot out of the midst of the destruction, when he destroyed the cities in which Lot had lived. Now Lot went up from Zoar, and lived in the mountain together with his 2 daughters, for he was afraid to stay in Zoar, and he lived in a cave with his 2 daughters. His daughters, believing there were no men left to marry, made a plan to preserve their family line. They gave their father wine, and through him both conceived children. The firstborn gave birth to a son, and named him Moab. He is the father of the Moabites to this day. The younger also gave birth to a son, and named him Ben-Ami. He is the father of the Ammonites to this day. Now Abraham journeyed from there toward the Negev, and settled between Kadesh and Shur. Then he lived temporarily in Gerar. Abraham said of Sarah his wife, "She is my sister." So Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream during the night, and said, "Behold, you are a dead man because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is another man's wife." Now Abimelech had not yet come near her, so he said, "Lord, will you kill a people who are righteous and innocent and blameless? Did Abraham not tell me, 'She is my sister'?" And she herself said, "He is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and innocence of my hands, I have done this." Then God said to him in the dream, "Yes, I know you did this in the integrity of your heart, for it was I who kept you back and spared you from sinning against me. Therefore, I did not give you an opportunity to touch her. So now return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you will live. But if you do not return her, know that you shall die, you and all who are yours." So Abimelech got up early in the morning and called all his servants and told them all these things. And the men were terrified. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said to him, "What have you done to us? And how have I offended you, that you have brought on me and my kingdom a great sin? You have done to me what ought not to be done." And Abimelech said to Abraham, "What have you encountered or seen, that you have done this thing?" Abraham said, "Because I thought, surely there is no fear or reverence of God in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she actually is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not of my mother, and she became my wife. When God caused me to wander from my father's house, I said to her, 'This kindness and loyalty you can show me. At every place we stop, say of me, he is my brother.' Then Abimelech took sheep and oxen and male and female slaves, and gave them to Abraham, and returned Sarah his wife to him. So Abimelech said, 'Behold, my land is before you. Settle wherever you please.' Then to Sarah he said, 'Look, I have given this brother of yours 1,000 pieces of silver. It is to compensate you and to vindicate your honor before all who are with you. Before all men, you are cleared and compensated.' So Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech and his wife and his maids, and they again gave birth to children. For the Lord had securely closed the wombs of all in Abimelech's household, because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. The Lord graciously remembered and visited Sarah, as he had said, and the Lord did for her as he had promised. So Sarah conceived and gave birth to a son for Abraham in his old age, at the appointed time of which God had spoken to him. Abraham named his son Isaac, the son to whom Sarah gave birth. So Abraham circumcised his son Isaac when he was 8 days old, just as God had commanded him. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born. Sarah said, "God has made me laugh. All who hear will laugh with me." And she said, "Who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? For I have given birth to a son by him in his old age." The child grew and was weaned, and Abraham held a great feast on the day that Isaac was weaned. Now Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, whom she had borne to Abraham, mocking. Therefore she said to Abraham, "Drive out this maid and her son, for the son of this maid shall not be an heir with my son Isaac." The situation distressed Abraham greatly because of his son. God said to Abraham, "Do not let it distress you because of Ishmael and your maid. Whatever Sarah tells you, listen to her and do what she asks, for your descendants will be named through Isaac. And I will also make a nation of the son of the maid, because he is your descendant." So Abraham got up early in the morning and took bread and a skin of water and gave them to Hagar, putting them on her shoulder, and gave her the boy and sent her away. And she left and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. When the water in the skin was all gone, Hagar abandoned the boy under one of the bushes. Then she went and sat down opposite him, about a bowshot away, for she said, "Do not let me see the boy die." And as she sat down opposite him, she raised her voice and wept. God heard the voice of the boy, and the angel of God called to Hagar from heaven and said to her, "What troubles you, Hagar? Do not be afraid, for God has heard the voice of the boy from where he is. Get up, help the boy up, and hold him by the hand, for I will make him a great nation." Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and filled the skin with water, and gave the boy a drink. God was with Ishmael, and he grew and developed, and he lived in the wilderness and became an archer. He lived in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took a wife for him from the land of Egypt. Now at that time, Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his army, said to Abraham, "God is with you in everything you do. So now, swear to me here by God that you will not deal unfairly with me or with my son or with my descendants. But as I have treated you with kindness, you shall do the same to me and to the land in which you have sojourned." And Abraham said, "I will swear." Then Abraham complained to Abimelech about a well of water which the servants of Abimelech had seized. Abimelech said, "I do not know who did this thing. Indeed, you did not tell me, and I did not hear of it until today." So Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them to Abimelech, and the two men made a covenant. Then Abraham set apart 7 ewe lambs of the flock, and Abimelech said to Abraham, "What is the meaning of these 7 ewe lambs which you have set apart?" Abraham said, "You are to accept these 7 ewe lambs from me as a witness for me, that I dug this well." Therefore that place was called Beersheba, because there the two of them swore an oath. So they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his army, got up and returned to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree at Beersheba, and there he called on the name of the Lord, the eternal God. And Abraham lived in the land of the Philistines for many days. Now after these things, God tested Abraham and said to him, "Abraham." And he answered, "Here I am." God said, "Take now your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah, and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I shall tell you." So Abraham got up early in the morning, saddled his donkey, and took 2 of his young men with him and his son Isaac. And he split the wood for the burnt offering, and then he got up and went to the place of which God had told him. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. Abraham said to his servants, "Settle down and stay here with the donkey. The young man and I will go over there and worship, and we will come back to you." Then Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and laid it on Isaac his son, and he took the fire in his own hand and the knife, and the 2 of them walked on together. And Isaac said to Abraham, "My father." And he said, "Here I am, my son." Isaac said, "Look, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" Abraham said, "My son, God will provide for himself a lamb for the burnt offering." So the 2 walked on together. When they came to the place of which God had told him, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood, and bound Isaac his son, and placed him on the altar, on top of the wood. Abraham reached out his hand and took the knife to kill his son. But the angel of the Lord called to him from heaven and said, "Abraham, Abraham." He answered, "Here I am." The Lord said, "Don't reach out your hand against the boy, and do nothing to him. For now I know that you fear God, since you have not withheld from me your son, your only son." Then Abraham looked up and glanced around, and behold, behind him was a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered it up for a burnt offering instead of his son. So Abraham named that place, "The Lord will provide." And it is said to this day, "On the mountain of the Lord it will be seen and provided." The angel of the Lord called to Abraham from heaven a 2nd time and said, "By myself I have sworn, declares the Lord, that since you have done this thing and have not withheld your son, your only son, indeed I will greatly bless you, and I will greatly multiply your seed, like the stars of the heavens and like the sand on the seashore. And your seed shall possess the gate of their enemies. Through your seed, All the nations of the earth shall be blessed, because you have heard and obeyed my voice." So Abraham returned to his servants, and they got up and went with him to Beersheba, and Abraham settled in Beersheba. Now after these things, Abraham was told, "Milcah has borne children to your brother Nahor, Uz the firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram, Chesed, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Jidlaph, and Bethuel. Bethuel became the father of Rebekah. These 8 children Milcah bore to Nahor, Abraham's brother. Nahor's concubine, whose name was Rumah, gave birth to Tebah, and Gaham, and Tahash, and Makkah. Sarah lived 127 years. This was the length of the life of Sarah. Sarah died in Kiriath Arba in the land of Canaan, and Abraham went to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. Then Abraham stood up before his dead and spoke to the sons of Heth, saying, "I am a stranger and a sojourner among you. Give me property for a burial place among you, so that I may bury my dead." The Hittites replied to Abraham, "Listen to us, my lord. You are a prince of God among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our graves. None of us will refuse you his grave or hinder you from burying your dead." So Abraham stood up and bowed to the people of the land, the Hittites. And Abraham said to them, "If you are willing to grant my dead a burial, listen to me, and plead with Ephron the son of Zohar for me, so that he may give me the cave of Machpelah which he owns. It is at the end of his field. Let him give it to me here in your presence for the full price as a burial site." Now Ephron was present there among the sons of Heth. So within the hearing of all the sons of Heth and all who were entering the gate of his city, Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham, saying, "No, my lord, hear me. I give you the field, and I also give you the cave that is in it. In the presence of the men of my people I give it to you. Bury your dead." Then Abraham bowed down before the people of the land. He said to Ephron in the presence of the people of the land, "If you will only please listen to me and accept my offer, I will give you the price of the field. Accept it from me, and I will bury my dead there." Ephron replied to Abraham, "My lord, listen to me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between you and me? So bury your dead." So Abraham listened to Ephron, and he weighed out for Ephron the silver which he had named in the hearing of the Hittites, 400 shekels of silver, according to the weights current among the merchants. So the field of Ephron in Machpelah, which was to the east of Mamre, the field and the cave which was in it, and all the trees that were in the field, and in all its borders around it, were deeded over to Abraham as his possession in the presence of the Hittites, before all who were entering at the gate of his city. After this, Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah, to the east of Mamre in the land of Canaan. The field and the cave in it were deeded over to Abraham by the Hittites as a possession and burial place. Now Abraham was old, advanced in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. Abraham said to his servant, the oldest of his household, who had charge over all that Abraham owned, "Please, put your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that you will not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I live, but you will go to my country and to my relatives, and take a wife for my son Isaac." The servant said to him, "Suppose the woman will not be willing to follow me back to this country. Should I take your son back to the country from which you came?" Abraham said to him, See to it that you do not take my son back there. The Lord, the God of heaven, who took me from my father's house, from the land of my family and my birth, who spoke to me and swore to me, saying, to your descendants I will give this land. He will send his angel before you, and you will take a wife from there for my son. If the woman is not willing to follow you, then you will be free from this my oath and blameless. Only you must never take my son back there. So the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master and swore to him concerning this matter. Then the servant took 10 of his master's camels and set out, taking some of his master's good things with him. So he got up and journeyed to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor. He made the camels kneel down outside the city by the well of water at the time of the evening when women go out to draw water. And he said, O Lord, God of my master Abraham, please grant me success today, and show loving kindness to my master Abraham. Behold, I stand here at the spring of water, and the daughters of the men of the city are coming out to draw water. Now, let it be that the girl to whom I say, please, let down your jar so that I may drink. And she replies, drink, and I will also give your camels water to drink. May she be the one whom you have selected for your servant Isaac, and by this I will know that you have shown loving kindness to my master. Before Eliezer had finished speaking, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. Rebekah was the daughter of Bethuel the son of Milcah, who was the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor. The girl was very beautiful, a virgin and unmarried, and she went down to the spring and filled her jar and came up. Then the servant ran to meet her and said, please let me drink a little water from your jar. And she said, drink, my lord. And she quickly lowered her jar to her hand and gave him a drink. When she had given Eliezer a drink, she said, I will also draw water for your camels until they have finished drinking. So she quickly emptied her jar into the trough and ran again to the well and drew water for all his camels. Meanwhile, the man stood gazing at Rebekah in silence to know if the Lord had made his trip successful or not. When the camels had finished drinking, Eliezer took a gold ring weighing a half shekel and 2 bracelets for her hands weighing 10 shekels in gold, and said, whose daughter are you? Please tell me, is there room in your father's house for us to lodge? And she said to him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, Milcah's son, whom she bore to Nahor. Again she said to him, we have plenty of both straw and feed, and also room to lodge. The man bowed his head and worshipped the Lord. He said, blessed be the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not denied his loving kindness and his truth to my master. As for me, the Lord led me to the house of my master's brothers. Then the girl ran and told her mother's household what had happened. Now Rebekah had a brother whose name was Laban, and Laban ran out to the man at the well. When he saw the ring and the bracelets on his sister's arms, and when he heard Rebekah, his sister, saying, the man said this to me, he went to Eliezer and found him standing by the camels at the spring. And Laban said, come in, blessed of the Lord. Why do you stand outside, since I have made the house ready and have prepared a place for the camels? So the man came into the house, and Laban unloaded his camels and gave them straw and feed, and water to wash his feet, and the feet of the men who were with him. But when food was set before him, he said, I will not eat until I have stated my business. And Laban said, speak on. So he said, I am Abraham's servant. The Lord has greatly blessed my master, and he has become great. He has given him flocks and herds, and silver and gold, and servants and maids, and camels and donkeys. Now Sarah, my master's wife, bore a son to my master when she was in her old age, and he has given everything that he has to him. My master made me swear, saying, 'You must not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I live, but you shall go to my father's house and to my family, and take a wife for my son.' Then I said to my master, 'But suppose the woman will not follow me?' He said to me, 'The Lord, before whom I walk, will send his angel with you to make your journey successful, and you will take a wife for my son from my relatives and from my father's house. Then you will be free of my oath when you come to my relatives, and if they do not give her to you, you will be free of my oath.' I came today to the spring and said, 'O Lord, God of my master Abraham, if now you will make my journey on which I go successful, please look, I am standing by the spring of water. Now, let it be that when the maiden comes out to draw, and to whom I say, "Please, give me a little water to drink from your jar," and if she says to me, "You drink, and I will also draw for your camels," let that woman be the one whom the Lord has selected for my master's son." Before I had finished praying in my heart, behold, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder, and she went down to the spring and drew water. And I said to her, "Please, let me have a drink." And she quickly let down her jar from her shoulder and said, "Drink, and I will also water your camels." So I drank, and she also watered the camels. Then I asked her, "Whose daughter are you?" She said, "The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore to him." And I put the ring in her nose and the bracelets on her arms. And I bowed down my head and worshipped the Lord, and blessed the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who had led me in the right way to take the daughter of my master's brother to his son. So now if you are going to show kindness and truth to my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right or to the left." Then Laban and Bethuel answered, "The matter has come from the Lord, so we dare not speak bad or good to you about it. We cannot interfere. Rebekah is before you. Take her and go, and let her be the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has spoken." When Abraham's servant heard their words, he bowed himself to the ground before the Lord. Then the servant brought out jewelry of silver, jewelry of gold, and articles of clothing, and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave precious things to her brother and her mother. Then he and the men who were with him ate and drank, and spent the night. In the morning when they got up, he said, "Now send me back to my master." But Rebekah's brother and mother said, "Let the girl stay with us a few days, at least 10. Then she may go." But Eliezer said to them, "Do not delay me, since the Lord has prospered my way. Send me away, so that I may go back to my master." And they said, "We will call the girl and ask her what she prefers." So they called Rebekah and said, "Will you go with this man?" And she answered, "I will go." So they sent off their sister Rebekah and her nurse, and Abraham's servant and his men. They blessed Rebekah and said to her, "May you, our sister, become thousands of 10,000s, and may your descendants possess the gate of those who hate them." Then Rebekah and her attendants stood, and they mounted camels and followed the man. So the servant took Rebekah and went on his way. Now Isaac had returned from going to Beer Lahai Roi, for he was living in the Negev. Isaac went out to bow down in the field in the evening. He raised his eyes and looked, and camels were coming. Rebekah also raised her eyes and looked, and when she saw Isaac, she dismounted from her camel. She said to the servant, "Who is that man there walking across the field to meet us?" And the servant said, "He is my master." So she took a veil and covered herself. The servant told Isaac everything that he had done. Then Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and he took Rebekah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. Therefore, Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Abraham took another wife, whose name was Keturah. She gave birth to Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shua. Jokshan was the father of Sheba and Dedan. The sons of Dedan were Asherim, Letushim, and Leumim. The sons of Midian were Ephah, Epher, Hanok, Abida, and Eldiah. All these were the sons of Keturah. Now Abraham gave everything that he had to Isaac, but to the sons of his concubines, Abraham gave gifts while he was still living, and he sent them to the east country, away from Isaac his son. The days of Abraham's life were 175 years. Then Abraham breathed his last, and he died at a good old age, an old man who was satisfied, and he was gathered to his people. So his sons, Isaac and Ishmael, buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, which is east of Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased from the sons of Heth. There Abraham was buried with Sarah his wife. Now, after the death of Abraham, God blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac lived at Beer Lahai Roi. Now these are the records of the descendants of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's maid, bore to Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, named in the order of their births: Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael, and Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma, Duma, Massa, Hadad, Tema, Jetur, Naphish, and Kedema. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names, by their settlements, and by their encampments, 12 princes according to their tribes. Ishmael lived 137 years. Then he breathed his last, and died, and was gathered to his people. Ishmael's sons settled from Havilah to Shur, which is east of Egypt, as one goes toward Assyria. He settled opposite all his relatives. Now these are the records of the descendants of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham was the father of Isaac. Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel the Aramean of Paddan Aram, the sister of Laban the Aramean. Isaac prayed to the Lord for his wife, because she was unable to conceive children. And the Lord granted his prayer, and Rebekah his wife conceived. But the children struggled together within her, and she said, "If it is so, why then am I this way?" So she went to inquire of the Lord. The Lord said to her, "2 nations are in your womb, and the separation of 2 nations has begun in your body. The one people shall be stronger than the other, and the older shall serve the younger." When her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. The first came out reddish all over like a hairy garment, and they named him Esau. Afterward his brother came out, and his hand grasped Esau's heel, so he was named Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when Rebekah gave birth to them. When the boys grew up, Esau was an able and skilled hunter, a man of the outdoors, but Jacob was a quiet and peaceful man, living in tents. Now Isaac loved Esau because he enjoyed eating his game, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Jacob had cooked stew when Esau came from the field and was famished. And Esau said to Jacob, "Please, let me have a quick swallow of that red stuff there, because I am exhausted and famished." For that reason Esau was called Edom. Jacob answered, "First sell me your birthright." Esau said, "Look, I am about to die, so of what use is this birthright to me?" Jacob said, "Swear to me today." So he swore to him and sold him his birthright. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and lentil stew, and he ate and drank and got up and went on his way. In this way, Esau scorned his birthright. Now there was a famine in the land, besides the previous famine that had occurred in the days of Abraham. So Isaac went to Gerar, to Abimelech, king of the Philistines. The Lord appeared to him and said, "Do not go down to Egypt. Stay in the land of which I will tell you. Live temporarily in this land, and I will be with you, and will bless and favor you. For I will give all these lands to you and to your descendants, and I will establish and carry out the oath which I swore to Abraham your father. I will make your descendants multiply as the stars of the heavens, and will give to your descendants all these lands. And by your descendants shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because Abraham listened to and obeyed my voice, and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws." So Isaac stayed in Gerar. The men of the place asked him about his wife, and he said, "She is my sister," for he was afraid to say, "My wife," thinking, "The men of the place might kill me on account of Rebekah, since she is very beautiful." It happened when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out of a window and saw Isaac caressing Rebekah, his wife. Then Abimelech called Isaac and said, "See here, Rebekah is in fact your wife. How did you say to me, 'She is my sister'?" And Isaac said to him, "Because I thought I might be killed because of her." Abimelech said, "What is this that you have done to us? One of the men might easily have been intimate with your wife, and you would have brought guilt on us." Then Abimelech commanded all his people, "Whoever touches this man or his wife shall without exception be put to death." Then Isaac planted in that land and reaped in the same year 100 times as much as he had planted, and the Lord blessed and favored him. And the man became great and gained more and more until he became very wealthy and extremely distinguished. He owned flocks and herds and a great household, and the Philistines envied him. Now all the wells which his father's servants had dug in the days of Abraham his father, the Philistines stopped up by filling them with dirt. Then Abimelech said to Isaac, "Go away from here, because you are far too powerful for us." So Isaac left that region and camped in the valley of Gerar and settled there. Now Isaac again dug the wells of water which had been dug in the days of Abraham his father, because the Philistines had filled them up after the death of Abraham. And he gave the wells the same names that his father had given them. But when Isaac's servants dug in the valley and found there a well of flowing water, the herdsmen of Gerar quarreled with Isaac's herdsmen, saying, "The water is ours." So Isaac named the well Esek, because they quarreled with him. Then his servants dug another well, and they quarreled over that also. So Isaac named it Sitnah. He moved away from there and dug another well, and they did not quarrel over that one. So he named it Rehoboth, saying, "For now the Lord has made room for us, and we shall be prosperous in the land." Then he went up from there to Beersheba. The Lord appeared to him the same night and said, "I am the God of Abraham your father. Do not be afraid, for I am with you. I will bless and favor you and multiply your descendants for the sake of my servant Abraham." So Isaac built an altar there and called on the name of the Lord. He pitched his tent there, and there Isaac's servants dug a well. Then Abimelech came to him from Gerar with Ahuzath, his advisor, and Phicol, the commander of his army. Isaac said to them, "Why have you come to me, since you hate me and have sent me away from you?" They said, "We see clearly that the Lord has been with you." So we said, "There should now be an oath between us, that is, between you and us, and let us make a covenant with you. that you will not harm us, just as we have not touched you, and have done nothing but good to you, and have sent you away in peace. You are now the blessed and favored of the Lord." Then Isaac held a banquet for them, and they ate and drank. They got up early in the morning and swore oaths, and Isaac sent them on their way, and they left him in peace. Now on the same day, Isaac's servants came and told him about the well they had dug, saying, "We have found water." So he named the well Shibah. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba to this day. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, the daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and Basemath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, as his wives, and they were a source of grief to Isaac and Rebekah. Now when Isaac was old, and his eyes were too dim to see, he called his elder son Esau, and said to him, "My son." And Esau answered him, "Here I am." Isaac said, "See here, I am old. I do not know when I may die. So now, please take your gear, your quiver, and your bow, and go out into the open country and hunt game for me, and make me a savory and delicious dish, the kind I love, and bring it to me to eat, so that my soul may bless you before I die." But Rebekah overheard what Isaac said to Esau his son, and when Esau had gone to the open country to hunt for game that he might bring back, Rebekah said to Jacob her son, "Listen carefully. I heard your father saying to Esau your brother, 'Bring me some game and make me a savory and delicious dish, so that I may eat it, and declare my blessing on you in the presence of the Lord before my death.' So now, my son, listen to me as I command you. Go now to the flock and bring me 2 good and suitable young goats, and I will make them into a savory dish for your father, the kind he loves. Then you shall bring it to your father to eat, so that he may bless you before his death." Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, "Listen, Esau, my brother, is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. Suppose my father touches me and feels my skin. Then I will be seen by him as a cheat, and I will bring his curse on me, and not a blessing." But his mother said to him, "May your curse be on me, my son. Only listen and obey me, and go. Bring the young goats to me." So Jacob went and got the 2 young goats, and brought them to his mother. And his mother prepared a delicious dish of food, the kind his father loved. Then Rebekah took her elder son Esau's best clothes, which were with her in her house, and put them on Jacob her younger son. And she put the skins of the young goats on his hands, and on the smooth part of his neck. Then she gave her son Jacob the delicious meat, and the bread which she had prepared. So he went to his father, and said, "My father." And Isaac said, "Here I am." "Who are you, my son?" Jacob said to his father, "I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done what you told me to do. Now please, sit up and eat some of my game, so that you may bless me." Isaac said to his son, "How is it that you have found the game so quickly, my son?" And he said, "Because the Lord your God caused it to come to me." But Isaac said to Jacob, "Please come close, so that I may touch you, my son, and determine if you are really my son Esau or not." So Jacob approached Isaac, and his father touched him and said, "The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau." He could not recognize him, because his hands were hairy like his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. But he said, "Are you really my son Esau?" Jacob answered, "I am." Then Isaac said, "Bring the food to me, and I will eat some of my son's game, so that I may bless you." He brought it to him, and he ate, and he brought him wine, and he drank. Then his father Isaac said to him, "Please come, my son, and kiss me." So he came and kissed him. And Isaac smelled his clothing, and blessed him, and said, "The scent of my son is like the aroma of a field, which the Lord has blessed. Now may God give you of the dew of heaven, and of the fatness of the earth, and an abundance of grain and new wine. May people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord and master over your brothers, and may your mother's sons bow down to you. May those who curse you be cursed, and may those who bless you be blessed." Now, as soon as Isaac had finished blessing Jacob, and Jacob had scarcely left the presence of Isaac his father, Esau his brother came in from his hunting. Esau also made a delicious dish and brought it to his father, and said to him, "Let my father get up and eat some of his son's game, so that you may bless me." Isaac his father said to him, "Who are you?" And he replied, "I am your son, your firstborn, Esau." Then Isaac trembled violently, and he said, "Then who was the one who hunted game and brought it to me? I ate all of it before you came, and I blessed him. Yes, and he shall be blessed." When Esau heard the words of his father, he cried out with a great and extremely bitter cry, and said to his father, "Bless me, even me also, O my father." Isaac said, "Your brother came deceitfully, and has taken away your blessing." Esau replied, "Is he not rightly named Jacob? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and now he has taken away my blessing. Have you not reserved a blessing for me?" But Isaac replied to Esau, "Listen carefully. I have made Jacob your lord and master. I have given him all his brothers and relatives as servants, and I have sustained him with grain and new wine. What then can I do for you, my son?" Esau said to his father, "Have you only one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father." Then Esau raised his voice and wept. Then Isaac his father answered and said to him, "Your dwelling shall be away from the fertility of the earth, and away from the dew of heaven above, but you shall live by your sword and serve your brother. However, it shall come to pass when you break loose, that you will tear his yoke off your neck." So Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing with which his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, "The days of mourning for my father are very near. Then I will kill my brother Jacob." When these words of her elder son Esau were repeated to Rebekah, she sent for Jacob her younger son, and said to him, "Listen carefully. Your brother Esau is comforting himself concerning you by planning to kill you. So now, my son, listen and do what I say. Go, escape to my brother Laban in Haran. Stay with him for a while, until your brother's anger subsides. When your brother's anger toward you subsides, and he forgets what you did to him, then I will send and bring you back from there. Why should I be deprived of you both in a single day?" Then Rebekah said to Isaac, "I am tired of living because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob takes a wife from the daughters of Heth, like these daughters of the land, what good will my life be to me?" So Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said to him, "You shall not marry one of the women of Canaan. Arise, go to Paddan Aram, to the house of Bethuel your mother's father, and take from there as a wife for yourself one of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. May God Almighty bless you and make you fruitful and multiply you, so that you may become a company of peoples. May he also give the blessing of Abraham to you and your descendants with you, that you may inherit the land of your sojournings, which he gave to Abraham." Then Isaac sent Jacob away, and he went to Paddan Aram, to Laban, son of Bethuel the Aramean, the brother of Rebekah, the mother of Jacob and Esau. Now Esau noticed that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him to Paddan Aram to take a wife for himself from there, and that as he blessed him, he gave him a prohibition, saying, "You shall not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan," and that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother and had gone to Paddan Aram. So Esau realized that the daughters of Canaan displeased Isaac his father, and Esau went to Ishmael and took as his wife, in addition to the wives he had, Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebaioth. Now Jacob left Beersheba and traveled toward Haran, and he came to a certain place and stayed overnight there because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones of the place, he put it under his head and lay down there. He dreamed that there was a ladder placed on the earth, and the top of it reached toward heaven, and the angels of God ascending and descending on it. And behold, the Lord stood above and around him and said, "I am the Lord, the God of Abraham your father, and the God of Isaac. I will give to you and to your descendants the land on which you are lying. Your descendants shall be as the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west and the east and the north and the south, and all the families of the earth shall be blessed through you and your descendants. Behold, I am with you, and will keep you wherever you may go, and I will bring you back to this land. For I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you." Then Jacob awoke from his sleep, and he said, "Without any doubt, the Lord is in this place, and I did not realize it." So he was afraid and said, "How fearful and awesome is this place! This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gateway to heaven." So Jacob got up early in the morning and took the stone he had put under his head, and he set it up as a pillar, and he poured oil on the top of it. He named that place Bethel. The previous name of that city was Luz. Then Jacob made a vow, saying, "If God will be with me, and will keep me on this journey that I take, and will give me food to eat and clothing to wear, and if he grants that I return to my father's house in safety, then the Lord will be my God. This stone which I have set up as a pillar will be God's house, and of everything that you give me, I will give the 10th to you." Then Jacob went on his way and came to the land of the people of the east. As he looked, he saw a well in the field, and 3 flocks of sheep lying there beside it, because the flocks were watered from that well. Now the stone on the mouth of the well was large, and when all the flocks were gathered there, the shepherds would roll the stone from the mouth of the well, water the sheep, and replace the stone on the mouth of the well. Jacob said to them, "My brothers, where are you from?" And they said, "We are from Haran." So he said to them, "Do you know Laban the grandson of Nahor?" And they replied, "We know him." And he asked them, "Is it well with him?" And they said, "He's doing well. Look, here comes his daughter Rachel with the sheep." Jacob said, "Look, the sun is still high. It is a long time before the flocks need to be gathered. Water the sheep and go, and return them to their pasture." But they said, "We cannot until all the flocks are gathered together, and the shepherds roll the stone from the mouth of the well. Then we will water the sheep." While he was still speaking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherdess. When Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and Laban's sheep, he came up and rolled the stone away from the mouth of the well and watered the flock of Laban, his uncle. Then Jacob kissed Rachel, and he raised his voice and wept. Jacob told Rachel he was her father's relative, Rebekah's son, and she ran and told her father. When Laban heard of the arrival of Jacob, his sister's son, he ran to meet him and embraced and kissed him and brought him to his house. Then he told Laban all these things. Then Laban said to him, "You are my bone and my flesh." And Jacob stayed with him a month. Then Laban said to Jacob, "Just because you are my relative, should you work for me for nothing? Tell me, what should your wages be?" Now Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the older was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah's eyes were weak, but Rachel was beautiful in form and appearance. Jacob loved Rachel, so he said, "I will serve you for 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter." Laban said, "It is better that I give her to you than give her to another man. Stay and work with me." So Jacob served for 7 years for Rachel, but they seemed like only a few days to him because of his love for her. Finally, Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wife, for my time is completed, so that I may take her to me." So Laban gathered together all the men of the place and prepared a feast. But in the evening, he took Leah his daughter and brought her to Jacob, and Jacob went in to her. Laban also gave Zilpah his maid to his daughter, Leah, as a maid. But in the morning, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, "What is this that you have done to me? Did I not work for you for Rachel? Why have you deceived and betrayed me?" But Laban only said, "It is not the tradition here to give the younger before the older. Finish the week for Leah, then we will give you Rachel also, and in return, you shall work for me for 7 more years." So Jacob complied and fulfilled Leah's week. Then Laban gave him his daughter Rachel as his wife. Laban also gave Bilhah his maid to his daughter Rachel as a maid. So Jacob consummated his marriage and lived with Rachel, and he loved Rachel more than Leah, and he served with Laban for another 7 years. Now when the Lord saw that Leah was unloved, he made her able to bear children, but Rachel was barren. Leah conceived and gave birth to a son, and named him Reuben. For she said, "Because the Lord has seen my humiliation and suffering, now my husband will love me." Then she conceived again, and gave birth to a son, and said, "Because the Lord heard that I am unloved, he has given me this son also." So she named him Simeon. She conceived again, and gave birth to a son, and said, "Now this time my husband will become attached to me, for I have given him 3 sons." Therefore he was named Levi. Again she conceived, and gave birth to a son, and she said, "Now I will praise the Lord." So she named him Judah. Then she stopped bearing. When Rachel saw that she conceived no children for Jacob, she envied her sister, and said to Jacob, "Give me children, or else I will die." Then Jacob became furious with Rachel, and he said, "Am I in the place of God, who has denied you children?" She said, "Here, take my maid Bilhah, and go into her, and she shall deliver it on my knees, so that by her I may also have children." So she gave him Bilhah, her maid, as a wife, and Jacob went into her. Bilhah conceived and gave birth to a son for Jacob. Then Rachel said, "God has judged and vindicated me, and has heard my plea, and has given me a son." So she named him Dan. Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again, and gave birth to a second son for Jacob. So Rachel said, "With mighty wrestlings I have struggled with my sister, and have prevailed." So she named him Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had stopped bearing, she took Zilpah her maid, and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Zilpah, Leah's maid, gave birth to a son for Jacob. Then Leah said, "How fortunate." So she named him Gad. Zilpah, Leah's maid, gave birth to a second son for Jacob. Then Leah said, "I am happy, for women will call me happy." So she named him Asher. Now at the time of wheat harvest, Reuben went and found some mandrakes in the field and brought them to his mother Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah, "Please give me some of your son's mandrakes." But Leah answered, "Is it a small thing that you have taken my husband? Would you take away my son's mandrakes also?" So Rachel said, "Jacob shall sleep with you tonight in exchange for your son's mandrakes." When Jacob came in from the field in the evening, Leah went out to meet him and said, "You must sleep with me, for I have in fact hired you with my son's mandrakes." So he slept with her that night. God listened and answered Leah, and she conceived and gave birth to a fifth son for Jacob. Then Leah said, "God has given me my reward, because I have given my maid to my husband." So she named him Issachar. Leah conceived again and gave birth to a sixth son for Jacob. Then Leah said, "God has endowed me with a good gift. Now he will live with me, because I have given birth to 6 sons." So she named him Zebulun. Afterward, she gave birth to a daughter and named her Dinah. Then God remembered Rachel, and God thought of her and opened her womb. So she conceived and gave birth to a son. And she said, "God has taken away my disgrace and humiliation." She named him Joseph and said, "May the Lord add to me another son." Now when Rachel had given birth to Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, "Send me away, that I may go back to my own place and to my own country. Give me my wives and my children for whom I have served you, and let me go, for you know the work which I have done for you." But Laban said to him, "If I have found favor in your sight, stay with me, for I have learned that the Lord has blessed me because of you." He said, "Name your wages, and I will give it." Jacob answered him, "You know how I have served you, and how your possessions, your cattle and sheep and goats, have fared with me. For you had little before I came, and it has increased and multiplied abundantly, and the Lord has favored you with blessings wherever I turned. But now, when shall I provide for my own household?" Laban asked, "What shall I give you?" Jacob replied, "You shall not give me anything. But if you will do this one thing for me, I will again pasture and keep your flock. Let me pass through your entire flock today, removing from it every speckled and spotted sheep, and every dark or black one among the lambs, and the spotted and speckled among the goats, and those shall be my wages. So my honesty will be evident for me later, when you come concerning my wages. Every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and dark among the young lambs, if found with me, shall be considered stolen." And Laban said, "Good, let it be done as you say." So on that same day, Laban removed the male goats that were streaked and spotted, and all the female goats that were speckled and spotted, every one with white on it, and all the dark ones among the sheep, and put them in the care of his sons. And he put 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob was then left in care of the rest of Laban's flock. Then Jacob took branches of fresh poplar and almond and plane trees and peeled white stripes in them, exposing the white in the branches. Then he set the branches which he had peeled in front of the flocks in the watering troughs, where the flocks came to drink, and they mated and conceived when they came to drink. So the flocks mated and conceived by the branches, and the flocks gave birth to streaked, speckled, and spotted offspring. Jacob separated the lambs, and he made the flocks face toward the streaked, and all the dark or black in the new flock of Laban. And he put his own herds apart by themselves, and did not put them with Laban's flock. Furthermore, whenever the stronger of the flocks were breeding, Jacob would place the branches in the sight of the flock in the watering troughs, so that they would mate and conceive among the branches. But when the flock was sickly, he did not put the branches there. So the sicker were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's. So Jacob became exceedingly prosperous and had large flocks, and female and male servants, and camels and donkeys. Jacob heard that Laban's sons were saying, "Jacob has taken away everything that was our father's, and from what belonged to our father, he has acquired all this wealth and honor." Jacob noticed a change in the attitude of Laban and saw that it was not friendly toward him as before. Then the Lord said to Jacob, "Return to the land of your fathers and to your people, and I will be with you." So Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to his flock in the field, and he said to them, "I see a change in your father's attitude, that he is not friendly toward me as before, but the God of my father has been with me. You know that I have served your father with all my strength, yet your father has cheated me and changed my wages 10 times. But God did not allow him to hurt me. If he said, 'The speckled shall be your wages,' then the entire flock gave birth to speckled. And if he said, 'The streaked shall be your wages,' then the entire flock gave birth to streaked. Thus God has taken away the flocks of your father and given them to me. And it happened at the time when the flock conceived that I looked up and saw in a dream that the rams which mated were streaked, speckled, and spotted. And the angel of God said to me in the dream, 'Jacob.' And I said, 'Here I am.' He said, 'Look up and see. All the rams which are mating are streaked, speckled, and spotted. For I have seen all that Laban has been doing to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed the pillar, and where you made a vow to me. Now stand up, leave this land, and return to the land of your birth.' Rachel and Leah answered him, 'Is there still any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house? Are we not counted by him as foreigners? For he sold us, and has also entirely used up our purchase price. Surely all the riches which God has taken from our father are ours and our children's. Now then, whatever God has told you to do, do it.' Then Jacob stood and put his children and his wives on camels, and he drove away all his livestock and all his property, which he had acquired, the livestock he had obtained and accumulated in Paddan Aram, to go to his father Isaac in the land of Canaan. When Laban had gone to shear his sheep, Rachel stole her father's household gods. And Jacob deceived Laban the Aramean by not telling him that he intended to leave, and he slipped away secretly. So he fled with everything that he had, and got up and crossed the river, and set his face toward the hill country of Gilead. On the 3rd day, Laban was told that Jacob had fled. So he took his relatives with him and pursued him for 7 days, and they overtook him in the hill country of Gilead. God came to Laban the Aramean in a dream at night, and said to him, 'Be careful that you do not speak to Jacob, either good or bad.' Then Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent on the hill, and Laban with his relatives camped on the same hill of Gilead. Then Laban said to Jacob, 'What do you mean by deceiving me, and leaving without my knowledge, and carrying off my daughters as if they were captives of the sword? Why did you run away secretly, and deceive me, and not tell me, so that I might have sent you away with joy and with songs, with tambourine and lyre? And why did you not allow me to kiss my grandchildren and my daughters? Now you have done a foolish thing. It is in my power to harm you. But the God of your father spoke to me last night, saying, Be careful not to speak to Jacob, either good or bad. Now I suppose you felt you must go, because you were homesick for your father's house and family. But why did you steal my gods?' Jacob answered Laban, 'I left secretly because I was afraid, for I thought you would take your daughters away from me by force. The one with whom you find your gods shall not live. in the presence of our relatives, point out whatever you find that belongs to you and take it." For Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen the idols. So Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and the tent of the two maids, but he did not find them. Then he came out of Leah's tent, and entered Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the household idols, and put them in the camel's saddlebag, and sat on them. Laban searched through all her tent, but did not find them. So Rachel said to her father, "Do not be displeased, my lord, that I cannot rise before you, for the manner of women is on me, and I am unwell." He searched, but did not find the household idols. Then Jacob became angry and argued with Laban, and he said to Laban, "What is my fault? What is my sin that you pursued me like this? Although you have searched through all my possessions, what have you found of your household goods? Put it here before my relatives and your relatives, so that they may decide between the two of us. These 20 years I have been with you. Your ewes and your female goats have not lost their young, nor have I eaten the rams of your flocks. I did not bring you the torn carcasses. I took the loss. You required of me to make good everything that was stolen, whether it occurred by day or night. This was my situation. By day the heat consumed me, and by night the cold, and I could not sleep. These 20 years I have been in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your flocks, and you have changed my wages 10 times. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac hadn't been with me, most certainly you would have sent me away now empty-handed. God has seen my affliction and humiliation and the labor of my hands, so he rendered judgment and rebuked you last night." Laban answered Jacob, "These women are my daughters. These children are my grandchildren. These flocks are my flocks, and all that you see is mine. But what can I do today to these my daughters, or to their children, to whom they have given birth? So come now, let us make a covenant, you and I, and let it serve as a witness between you and me." So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. Jacob said to his relatives, "Gather stones." And they took stones and made a mound, and they ate there on the mound. Laban called it Jegar Sahadutha, but Jacob called it Galid. Laban said, "This mound is a witness today between you and me." Therefore he called the name Galid, and Mizpah, for Laban said, "May the Lord watch between you and me when we are absent from one another. If you should mistreat my daughters, or if you should take other wives besides my daughters, although no one is with us, see and remember, God is witness between you and me." Laban said to Jacob, "Look at this mound, and look at this pillar, which I have set up between you and me. This mound is a witness, and this pillar is a witness, that I will not pass by this mound to harm you, and that you will not pass by this mound and this pillar to harm me. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor and the God of their father, judge between us." But Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac. Then Jacob offered a sacrifice on the mountain and called his relatives to the meal, and they ate food and spent the night on the mountain. Early in the morning, Laban got up and kissed his grandchildren and his daughters and pronounced a blessing on them. Then Laban left and returned home. Then as Jacob went on his way, the angels of God met him. When Jacob saw them, he said, "This is God's camp." So he named that place Mahanaim. Then Jacob sent messengers ahead of him to his brother Esau in the land of Seir, the country of Edom. He commanded them, saying, "This is what to say to my lord Esau. Your servant Jacob says this, I have been living temporarily with Laban and have stayed there until now. I have oxen, donkeys, flocks, male servants and female servants. And I have sent this message to tell my Lord, so that I may find grace and kindness in your sight." The messengers returned to Jacob, saying, "We went to your brother Esau, and now he is coming to meet you, and there are 400 men with him." Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people who were with him, and the flocks and herds and camels, into 2 camps. And he said, "If Esau comes to the one camp and attacks it, then the other camp which is left will escape." Jacob said, "O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, the Lord, who said to me, 'Return to your country and to your people, and I will make you prosper,' I am unworthy of all the loving kindness and compassion, and of all the faithfulness which you have shown to your servant. With only my staff I crossed over this Jordan, and now I have become 2 groups. Save me, please, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, that he will come and attack me and the mothers with the children. And you said, 'I will certainly make you prosper, and make your descendants as the sand of the sea, which is too great to be counted.'" So Jacob spent the night there. Then he selected a present for his brother Esau from the livestock he had acquired: 200 female goats, 20 male goats, 200 ewes, 20 rams, 30 milking camels with their colts, 40 cows, 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys, and 10 colts. He put them into the care of his servants, every herd by itself, and said to his servants, "Go on ahead of me, and put an interval between the individual herds." Then he commanded the one in front, saying, "When Esau my brother meets you, and asks to whom you belong, and where you are going, and whose are the animals in front of you, then you shall say, 'They are your servant Jacob's. They are a gift sent to my lord Esau, and he also is behind us.'" And so Jacob commanded the second and the third as well, and all that followed the herds, saying, "This is what you shall say to Esau when you meet him. And you shall say, 'Look, your servant Jacob is behind us.' For he said, 'I will try to appease him with the gift that is going ahead of me. Then afterward I will see him. Perhaps he will accept and forgive me.' So the gift went on ahead of him, and he himself spent that night back in the camp. But he got up that same night and took his 2 wives, his 2 female servants, and his 11 children, and waded over the ford of the Jabbok. Then he took them and sent them across the brook, and he also sent across whatever he had. So Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until daybreak. When the man saw that he had not prevailed against Jacob, he touched his hip joint, and Jacob's hip was dislocated as he wrestled with him. Then he said, "Let me go, for day is breaking." But Jacob said, "I will not let you go unless you declare a blessing on me." So he asked him, "What is your name?" And he said, "Jacob." And he said, "Your name shall no longer be Jacob, but Israel, for you have struggled with God and with men, and have prevailed." Then Jacob asked him, "Please tell me your name." But he said, "Why is it that you ask my name?" And he declared a blessing on Jacob there. So Jacob named the place Peniel, saying, "For I have seen God face to face, yet my life has not been snatched away." Now the sun rose on him as he passed Penuel, and he was limping because of his hip. Therefore, to this day, the Israelites do not eat the tendon of the hip, which is on the socket of the thigh, because he touched the socket of Jacob's thigh by the tendon of the hip. Then Jacob looked up and saw Esau coming with 400 men. So he divided the children among Leah and Rachel and the 2 maids. He put the maids and their children in front, Leah and her children after them, and Rachel and Joseph last of all. Then Jacob crossed over ahead of them and bowed himself to the ground 7 times until he approached his brother. But Esau ran to meet him and embraced him and hugged his neck and kissed him, and they wept. Esau looked up and saw the women and the children and said, "Who are these with you?" So Jacob replied, "They are the children whom God has graciously given your servant." Then the maids approached with their children, and they bowed down. Leah also approached with her children, and they bowed down. Afterward, Joseph and Rachel approached, and they bowed down. Esau asked, "What do you mean by all this company which I have met?" And he answered, "These are to find favor in the sight of my Lord." But Esau said, "I have plenty, my brother. Keep what you have for yourself." Jacob replied, "No, please. If now I have found favor in your sight, then accept my gift from my hand. For I see your face, as if I had seen the face of God, and you have received me favorably. Please accept my blessing which has been brought to you. For God has dealt graciously with me, and I have everything." So Jacob kept urging him, and Esau accepted it. Then Esau said, "Let us get started on our journey, and I will go in front of you." But Jacob replied, "You know, my lord, that the children are frail and need gentle care, and the nursing flocks and herds are of concern to me. For if the men should drive them hard for a single day, all the flocks will die. Please let my lord go on ahead of his servant, and I will move on slowly, governed by the pace of the livestock that are in front of me, and according to the endurance of the children, until I come to my lord in Seir." Then Esau said, "Please let me leave with you some of the people who are with me." But Jacob said, "What need is there? Let me find favor in the sight of my lord." So Esau turned back that day on his way to Seir. But Jacob journeyed to Succoth and built himself a house and made shelters for his livestock. So the name of the place is Succoth. When Jacob came from Paddan Aram, he arrived safely and in peace at the city of Shechem in the land of Canaan, and camped in front of the city. Then he bought the piece of land on which he had pitched his tents from the sons of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. There he erected an altar and called it El Elohe Israel. Now Dinah, the daughter of Leah, whom she had borne to Jacob, went out to visit the girls of the land. When Shechem, the son of Hamor the Hivite, prince of the land, saw her, he kidnapped her and lay with her by force. But his soul longed for and clung to Dinah, daughter of Jacob, and he loved the girl and spoke comfortingly to her young heart's wishes. So Shechem said to his father Hamor, "Get me this young woman as a wife." Now Jacob heard that Shechem had defiled Dinah his daughter, but his sons were in the field with his livestock. So Jacob said nothing until they came in. But Shechem's father Hamor went to Jacob to talk with him. Now when Jacob's sons heard of it, they came in from the field. They were deeply grieved, and they were very angry. For Shechem had done a disgraceful thing to Israel by lying with Jacob's daughter, for such a thing is not to be done. But Hamor conferred with them, saying, "The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. Please give her to him as his wife, and intermarry with us. Give your daughters to us, and take our daughters for yourselves. In this way you shall live with us. The country will be open to you. Live and do business in it, and acquire property and possessions in it." Shechem also said to Dinah's father and to her brothers, "Let me find favor in your sight, and I will give you whatever you ask of me. Demand of me a very large bridal payment and gift, and I will give you whatever you tell me. Only give me the girl to be my wife." Jacob's sons answered Shechem and Hamor his father deceitfully, because Shechem had defiled and disgraced their sister Dinah. They said to them, "We cannot do this thing and give our sister to one who is not circumcised, because that would be a disgrace to us. But we will consent to you only on this condition. If you will become like us, in that every male among you consents to be circumcised, then we will give our daughters to you, and we will take your daughters for ourselves, and we will live with you and become one people. But if you do not listen to us and refuse to be circumcised, then we will take our daughter and go." Their words seemed reasonable to Hamor and his son Shechem, and the young man did not hesitate to do the thing, for he was delighted with Jacob's daughter. Now he was more respected and honored than all in the household of his father. Then Hamor and Shechem his son came to the gate of their city and spoke with the men of the city, saying, "These men are peaceful and friendly with us. So let them live in the land and do business in it, for the land is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters for wives, and let us give them our daughters. But only on this condition will the men consent to our request, that they live among us and become one people, that every male among us becomes circumcised, just as they are circumcised. Will not their cattle and their possessions and all their animals be ours? Let us consent, and they will live here with us." And every man who went out of the city gate listened and considered what Hamor and Shechem said. And every male who was a resident of that city was circumcised. Now on the third day, when all the men were sore and in pain, 2 of Jacob's sons, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took their swords, boldly entered the city, and they killed every male. They killed Hamor and his son Shechem with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house and left. Then Jacob's sons came upon those who were killed and looted the town, because their sister had been defiled and disgraced. They took the Canaanites' flocks and their herds and their donkeys, and whatever was in the city and in the field. They looted all their wealth and all their children and their wives, even everything that was in the houses. Then Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, "You have ruined me, making me a stench to the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites and the Perizzites. My men are few in number, and the men of the land will band together against me and attack me. I shall be destroyed, I and my household." But they said, "Should he be permitted to treat our sister as a prostitute?" Then God said to Jacob, "Go up to Bethel and live there, and make an altar there to God, who appeared to you when you fled from Esau, your brother." Then Jacob said to his household and to all who were with him, "Get rid of the foreign gods that are among you, and ceremonially purify yourselves and change clothes. Then let us get up and go up to Bethel, and I will make an altar there to God, who answered me in the day of my distress, and has been with me wherever I have gone." So they gave Jacob all the foreign gods they had, and the rings which were in their ears, and Jacob buried them under the oak tree near Shechem. As they journeyed, there was a great terror on the cities around them, and the Canaanites did not pursue the sons of Jacob. So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, he and all the people who were with him. There he built an altar and called the place El Bethel, because there God had revealed himself to him when he escaped from his brother. Now Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died and was buried below Bethel under the oak, and the name of it was called Allon Bakuth. Then God appeared to Jacob again when he came out of Paddan Aram and declared a blessing on him. Again God said to him, "Your name is Jacob. You shall no longer be called Jacob, but Israel shall be your name." So he was called Israel. And God said to him, I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall come from you, and kings shall be born of your loins. The land which I gave Abraham and Isaac I will give to you, and to your descendants after you I will give the land." Then God ascended from Jacob in the place where he had spoken with him. Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he had talked with God, a pillar of stone, and he poured a drink offering on it. He also poured oil on it. So Jacob named the place where God had spoken with him, Bethel. Then they journeyed from Bethel, and when there was still some distance to go to Ephrath, Rachel began to give birth and had difficulty and suffered severely. When she was in hard labor, the midwife said to her, "Do not be afraid. You now have another son." And as her soul was departing, she named him Ben-Oni, but his father called him Benjamin. So Rachel died and was buried on the way to Ephrath. Jacob set a pillar on her grave. That is the pillar of Rachel's grave to this day. Then Israel journeyed on and pitched his tent on the other side of the tower of Eder. While Israel was living in that land, Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine, and Israel heard about it. Now Jacob had 12 sons, the sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, then Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun, and the sons of Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin, and the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's maid, Dan and Naphtali, and the sons of Zilpah, Leah's maid, Gad and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob born to him in Paddan Aram. Jacob came to Isaac his father at Mamre of Kiriath Arba, where Abraham and Isaac had lived temporarily. Now the days of Isaac were 180 years. Isaac's spirit departed, and he died, and was gathered to his people, an old man full of days. His sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Now these are the records of the descendants of Esau. Esau took his wives from the daughters of Canaan, Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Oholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the son of Zibeon the Hivite, and Basemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebaioth. Adah bore Eliphaz to Esau, and Basemath bore Ruel, and Oholibamah bore Jush, Jalam, and Korah. These are the sons of Esau born to him in Canaan. Now Esau took his wives, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the members of his household, and his livestock, and all his cattle, and all his possessions, which he had acquired in the land of Canaan, and he went to a land away from his brother Jacob. For their possessions made it impossible for them to live together. The land in which they lived temporarily could not support them because of their livestock. So Esau lived in the hill country of Seir. Esau is Edom. These are the records of the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites, in the hill country of Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Adah, Esau's wife, and Ruel, the son of Basemath, Esau's wife. And the sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was a concubine of Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bore Amalek to Eliphaz. These are the sons of Adah, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Ruel: Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These are the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Oholibamah, Esau's wife, the daughter of Anah, the son of Zibeon. She bore to Esau Josh, Jalam, and Korah. These are the tribal chiefs of the sons of Esau. The sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau: chiefs Teman, Omar, Zepho, Kenaz, Korah, Gatam, and Amalek. These are the chiefs of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. They are the sons of Adah. These are the sons of Ruel, Esau's son: chiefs Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, Mizah. These are the chiefs of Ruel in the land of Edom. They are the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Oholibamah, Esau's wife. chiefs Jush, Jalam, and Korah. These are the chiefs born of Oholibama, daughter of Anah, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Esau, and these are their chiefs. These are the sons of Seir the Horite, the inhabitants of the land: Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anah, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. These are the chiefs of the Horites, the sons of Seir in the land of Edom. The sons of Lotan are Hori and Hamam, and Lotan's sister is Timnah. The sons of Shobal are these: Alvan, Manahath, Ebal, Shepo, and Onam. These are the sons of Zibeon, Ayah, and Anah. This is the Anah who found the hot springs in the wilderness, as he pastured the donkeys of Zibeon his father. The children of Anah are these: Dishon and Oholibama, the daughter of Anah. These are the sons of Dishon: Hemdan, Eshban, Ithran, and Charan. Ezer's sons are these: Bilhan, Zavan, and Akan. The sons of Dishon are these: Uz and Aran. The Horite chiefs are these: chiefs Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anah, Dishon, Ezer, Dishan. These are the Horite chiefs, according to their various clans in the land of Seir. And these are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom before any king reigned over the Israelites. Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhaba. Now Bela died, and Jobab, the son of Zerah of Bozrah, reigned as his successor. Then Jobab died, and Husham of the land of the Temanites reigned as his successor. And Husham died, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, who defeated Midian in the country of Moab, reigned as his successor. The name of his city was Avith. Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah succeeded him. Then Samlah died, and Shaul of Rehoboth on the river reigned as his successor. And Shaul died, and Baal-Hanan, son of Achbor, reigned as his successor. Baal-Hanan, the son of Achbor, died, and then Hadar reigned. His city was Pau. His wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. And these are the names of the tribal chiefs of Esau, according to their families and places of residence, by their names: chiefs Timnah, Alva, Jetheth, Oholibama, Elah, Pinon, Kenaz, Teman, Mibzar, Magdiel, and Iram. These are the tribal chiefs of Edom, according to their dwelling places in the land of their possession. So Jacob lived in the land where his father had been a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, when he was 17 years old, was shepherding the flock with his brothers. The boy was with the sons of Bilhah and Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought back a bad report about them to their father. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a multicolored tunic. His brothers saw that their father loved Joseph more than all of his brothers, so they hated him and could not speak to him on friendly terms. Now Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it to his brothers, and they hated him even more. He said to them, "Please listen to this dream which I have dreamed. We were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf got up and stood upright and remained standing. And behold, your sheaves stood all around my sheaf and bowed down." His brothers said to him, "Are you actually going to reign over us? Are you really going to rule and govern us as your subjects?" So they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. But Joseph dreamed still another dream and told it to his brothers. He said, "See here, I have again dreamed a dream, and lo, 11 stars and the sun and the moon bowed down to me." He told it to his father as well as to his brothers. But his father rebuked him and said to him, "What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brothers actually come to bow down to the ground before you?" Joseph's brothers were envious and jealous of him, but his father kept the words in mind. Then his brothers went to pasture their father's flock near Shechem. Israel said to Joseph, "Are not your brothers pasturing at Shechem? Come, and I will send you to them." And he said, "Here I am." Then Jacob said to him, "Please go and see whether everything is all right with your brothers, and all right with the flock. Then bring word to me." So he sent him from the Hebron valley, and he went to Shechem. Now a certain man found Joseph and saw that he was wandering around and had lost his way in the field. So the man asked him, "What are you looking for?" He said, "I am looking for my brothers. Please tell me where they are pasturing our flocks." Then the man said, "They have moved on from this place. I heard them say, 'Let us go to Dothan.'" So Joseph went after his brothers and found them at Dothan. And when they saw him from a distance, even before he came close to them, they plotted to kill him. They said to one another, "Look, here comes this dreamer. Now then, come and let us kill him and throw him into one of the pits. Then we will say, 'A wild animal killed and devoured him,' and we shall see what will become of his dreams." Now Reuben heard this and rescued him from their hands and said, "Let us not take his life." Reuben said to them, "Do not shed his blood, but throw him into the pit that is here in the wilderness, and do not lay a hand on him, that he could rescue him from them and return him to his father." Now when Joseph reached his brothers, they stripped him of his tunic, the multicolored tunic which he was wearing. Then they took him and threw him into the pit. Now the pit was empty, there was no water in it. Then they sat down to eat their meal. When they looked up, they saw a caravan of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead, with their camels bearing ladanum resin and balm and myrrh, going on their way to carry the cargo down to Egypt. Judah said to his brothers, "What do we gain if we kill our brother and cover up his blood? Come, let us sell him to these Ishmaelites and not lay our hands on him, because he is our brother and our flesh." So his brothers listened to him and agreed. Then, as the Midianite traders were passing by, the brothers pulled Joseph up and lifted him out of the pit, and they sold him to the Ishmaelites for 20 shekels of silver. And so they took Joseph into Egypt. Now Reuben returned to the pit, and Joseph was not in the pit, so he tore his clothes. He rejoined his brothers and said, "The boy is not there. As for me, where shall I go?" Then they took Joseph's tunic, slaughtered a male goat, and dipped the tunic in the blood. And they brought the multicolored tunic to their father, saying, "We have found this. Please examine it and decide whether or not it is your son's tunic." He recognized it and said, "It is my son's tunic. A wild animal has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt torn in pieces." So Jacob tore his clothes, put on sackcloth, and mourned many days for his son. Then all his sons and daughters attempted to console him, but he refused to be comforted and said, "I will go down to Sheol in mourning for my son." And his father wept for him. Meanwhile in Egypt the Midianites sold Joseph to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh and the captain of the guard. Now at that time, Judah left his brothers and went down to a certain Adullamite named Hira. There Judah saw a daughter of Shua, a Canaanite, and he took her and lived with her. So she conceived and gave birth to a son, and Judah named him Then she conceived again and gave birth to a son, and named him Onan. Again she conceived and gave birth to still another son, and named him Shelah. It was at Chezib that she gave birth to him. Now Judah took a wife for his firstborn. Her name was Tamar. But Judah's firstborn, was evil in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord killed him. Then Judah told Onan, "Go into your brother's widow, and perform your duty as a brother-in-law. Raise children for your brother." Onan knew that the child would not be his, so whenever he lay with his brother's widow, he spilled his seed on the ground, so that he would not give a child to his brother. But what he did was displeasing in the sight of the Lord. Therefore, he killed him also. Then Judah said to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, "Remain a widow at your father's house until Shelah my son is grown." For he thought that he too might die like his brothers did. So Tamar went and lived in her father's house. But quite a while later, Judah's wife, the daughter of Shua, died. And when the time of mourning was ended, he went up to his sheep-shearers at Timnah with his friend, Hira the Adullamite. Tamar was told, "Listen, your father-in-law is going up to Timnah to shear his sheep." So she removed her widow's clothes and covered herself with a veil and wrapped herself up and sat in the gateway of Enaim, which is on the road to Timnah. For she saw that Shelah had grown up, and she had not been given to him as a wife. When Judah saw her, he thought she was a prostitute, for she had covered her face. He turned to her by the road and said, "Please come, let me lie with you." For he did not know that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, "What will you give me, that you may lie with me?" He answered, "I will send you a young goat from the flock." And she said, "Will you give me a pledge until you send it?" He said, "What pledge shall I give you?" She said, "Your seal and your cord, and the staff that is in your hand." So he gave them to her, and was intimate with her, and she conceived by him. Then she got up and left, and removed her veil, and put on her widow's clothing. When Judah sent the young goat by his friend the Adullamite to get his pledge from the woman, he was unable to find her. He asked the men of that place, "Where is the temple prostitute who was by the roadside at Enaim?" They said, "There was no prostitute here." So he returned to Judah and said, "I cannot find her." Also the local men said, "There was no prostitute around here." Then Judah said, "Let her keep the things for herself. Otherwise, we will be a laughingstock. After all, I sent this young goat, but you did not find her." About 3 months later, Judah was told, "Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has played the role of a prostitute, and she is with child because of her immorality." So Judah said, "Bring her out and let her be burned." While she was being brought out, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, "I am with child by the man to whom these articles belong." And she added, "Please examine and see to whom these things belong, the seal and the cord and staff." Judah recognized the articles and said, "She has been more righteous than I, because I did not give her to my son Shelah." And Judah did not have relations with her again. Now when the time came for her to give birth, there were twins in her womb. And when she was in labor, one baby put out his hand, and the midwife took his hand and tied a scarlet thread on it, saying, "This one was born first." But he pulled back his hand, and his brother was born first. And she said, "What a breach you have made for yourself." So he was named Perez. Afterward, his brother, who had the scarlet on his hand, was born and was named Zerah. Now Joseph had been taken down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an Egyptian officer of Pharaoh, the captain of the guard, bought him from the Ishmaelites who had taken him down there. The Lord was with Joseph, and he became a successful and prosperous man. And he was in the house of his master, the Egyptian. Now his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord caused all that he did to prosper in his hand. So Joseph pleased Potiphar and found favor in his sight, and he served him as his personal servant. He made Joseph overseer over his house, and he put all that he owned in Joseph's charge. It happened that from the time that he made Joseph overseer in his house, and over all that he owned, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house because of Joseph. So the Lord's blessing was on everything that Potiphar owned, in the house and in the field. So Potiphar left all that he owned in Joseph's charge, and with Joseph there, he did not need to pay attention to anything except the food he ate. Now Joseph was handsome and attractive in form and appearance. Then after a time, his master's wife looked at Joseph with desire, and she said, "Lie with me." But he refused and said to his master's wife, "Look, with me in the house, my master does not concern himself with anything. He has put everything that he owns in my charge. He is not greater in this house than I am, nor has he kept anything from me except you, because you are his wife. How then could I do this great evil and sin against God?" And so it was that she spoke to Joseph day after day, but he did not listen to her, to lie beside her or be with her. Then it happened one day that Joseph went into the house to attend to his duties, and none of the men of the household was there in the house. She caught Joseph by his robe, saying, "Lie with me." But he left his robe in her hand and ran and got outside. When she saw that he had left his robe in her hand and had run outside, she called to the men of her household and said to them, "Look at this. Your master has brought a Hebrew to mock and insult us. He came to me to lie with me, and I screamed. When he heard me screaming, he left his robe with me and ran outside." So she left Joseph's robe beside her until his master came home. Then she told her husband the same story, saying, "The Hebrew servant, whom you brought among us, came to me to mock and insult me. Then as soon as I raised my voice and screamed, he left his robe with me and ran outside." And when Joseph's master heard the words of his wife, saying, "This is the way your servant treated me," his anger burned. So Joseph's master took him and put him in the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were confined. So he was there in the prison. But the Lord was with Joseph and extended loving kindness to him and gave him favor in the sight of the warden. The warden committed to Joseph's care all the prisoners who were in the prison, so that whatever was done there, he was in charge of it. The warden paid no attention to anything that was in Joseph's care, because the Lord was with him. Whatever Joseph did, the Lord made to prosper. Now sometime later, the cupbearer and the baker for the king of Egypt offended their lord, Egypt's king. Pharaoh was extremely angry with his two officials, the chief of the cupbearers and the chief of the bakers. He put them in confinement in the house of the captain of the guard, in the same prison where Joseph was confined. The captain of the guard put Joseph in charge of them, and he served them, and they continued to be in custody for some time. Then the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt, who were confined in the prison, both dreamed a dream in the same night, each man with his own dream, and each dream with its interpretation. When Joseph came to them in the morning and looked at them, they were sad and depressed. So he asked Pharaoh's officials who were in confinement with him in his master's house, "Why do you look so downhearted today?" And they said to him, "We have dreamed dreams, and there is no one to interpret them." So Joseph said to them, "Do not interpretations belong to God? Please tell me." So the chief cupbearer told his dream to Joseph and said to him, "In my dream, there was a grapevine in front of me, and on the vine were 3 branches. Then as soon as it budded, its blossoms burst open, and its clusters produced ripe grapes. Now Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and squeezed them into Pharaoh's cup. Then I placed the cup into Pharaoh's hand." Then Joseph said to him, "This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches represent 3 days. Within 3 more days, Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your position. And you will put Pharaoh's cup into his hand, just as when you were his cupbearer. Only think of me when it goes well with you, and please show me kindness by mentioning me to Pharaoh, and get me out of this house. For in fact, I was taken from the land of the Hebrews by force, and even here I have done nothing for which they should put me in the dungeon." When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said to Joseph, "I also dreamed, and there were 3 cake baskets on my head, and in the top basket there were some of all sorts of baked food for Pharaoh, but the birds were eating out of the basket on my head." Joseph answered, "This is the interpretation of it. The 3 baskets represent 3 days. Within 3 more days, Pharaoh will lift up your head and will hang you on a tree, and the birds will eat your flesh." Now on the 3rd day, the Pharaoh's birthday, he made a feast for all his servants, and he lifted up the head of the chief cupbearer and the head of the chief baker among his servants. He restored the chief cupbearer to his office, and the cupbearer put the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But Pharaoh hanged the chief baker, just as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet the chief cupbearer did not remember Joseph, but forgot him. Now it happened at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed that he was standing by the Nile. And lo, there came up out of the Nile 7 cows, sleek and handsome and fat, and they grazed in the reed grass. Then behold, 7 other cows came up after them out of the Nile, ugly and gaunt and raw-boned, and stood by the fat cows on the bank of the Nile. Then the ugly and gaunt and raw-boned cows ate up the 7 sleek and fat cows. Then Pharaoh awoke. Then he fell asleep and dreamed a second time. And behold, 7 ears of grain came up on a single stalk, plump and good. Then behold, 7 ears, thin and dried up by the east wind, sprouted after them. Then the thin ears swallowed the 7 plump and full ears. And Pharaoh awoke, and it was a dream. So when morning came, his spirit was troubled and disturbed, and he sent and called for all the magicians and all the wise men of Egypt. And Pharaoh told them his dreams, but no one could interpret them to him. Then the chief cupbearer spoke to Pharaoh, saying, "I would mention my faults today." Pharaoh was angry with his servants, and he put me in confinement in the house of the captain of the guard, both me and the chief baker. We dreamed a dream on the same night, he and I. Each of us dreamed according to the interpretation of his own dream. Now there was with us a young man, a Hebrew, servant to the captain of the guard, and we told him, and he interpreted our dreams for us, to each man according to the significance of his own dream. And just as he interpreted for us, so it happened. I was restored to my office, and the baker was hanged. Then Pharaoh sent and called for Joseph, and they hurriedly brought him out of the dungeon. And when Joseph shaved himself and changed his clothes, he came to Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I have dreamed a dream, and there is no one who can interpret it. And I have heard it said about you that you can understand a dream and interpret it." Joseph answered Pharaoh, "It is not in me. God will give Pharaoh a favorable answer." So Pharaoh said to Joseph, "In my dream, I was standing on the bank of the Nile, and 7 fat, sleek and handsome cows came up out of the river, and they grazed in the reed grass. Lo, 7 other cows came up after them, very ugly and gaunt, such emaciated animals as I have never seen in all the land of Egypt. And the lean and ugly cows ate up the first 7 fat cows. Yet when they had devoured them, it could not be detected that they had eaten them, because they were still as thin and emaciated as before. Then I awoke. I saw in my dream 7 ears, plump and good, growing on a single stalk, and lo, 7 ears, withered, thin, and scorched by the east wind, sprouted after them. and the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. Now I told this to the magicians and soothsayers, but there was no one who could explain it. Then Joseph said to Pharaoh, "The dreams are one. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dreams are one. The 7 thin and ugly cows that came up after them are 7 years, and also the 7 thin ears, dried up and scorched by the east wind. They are 7 years of famine and hunger. This is the message just as I have told Pharaoh. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. Listen very carefully. 7 years of great abundance will come throughout all the land of Egypt, but afterward, 7 years of famine and hunger will come, and all the great abundance will be forgotten in the land of Egypt, and famine and destitution will ravage and destroy the land. So the great abundance will become forgotten in the land because of that subsequent famine, for it will be very severe. That the dream was repeated twice to Pharaoh indicates that this matter is fully determined and established by God, and God will bring it to pass very quickly. So now let Pharaoh look for a man discerning and clear-headed and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh take action to appoint overseers and officials over the land, and set aside 1/5 of the land of Egypt in the 7 years of abundance. Let them gather all the food of these good years that are coming, and store up grain under the direction and authority of Pharaoh, and let them guard the food in the cities. That food shall be put as a reserve for the land against the 7 years of famine and hunger which will occur in the land of Egypt, so that the land will not be ravaged during the famine." Now the plan seemed good to Pharaoh and to all of his servants. So Pharaoh said to his servants, "Can we find a man like this, in whom is the divine spirit?" Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Since God has shown you all this, there is no one as discerning and clear-headed and wise as you are. You shall have charge over my house, and all my people shall be governed according to your word and pay respect. Only in the throne will I be greater than you." Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "See, I have set you over all the land of Egypt." Then Pharaoh took off his signet ring from his hand and put it on Joseph's hand, and dressed him in vestments of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. He had him ride in his 2nd chariot, and runners proclaimed before him, "Bow the knee." And he set him over all the land of Egypt. Moreover, Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Though I am Pharaoh, yet without your permission shall no man raise his hand or set his foot in all the land of Egypt." Then Pharaoh named Joseph Zaphanath-Paneah, and he gave him Asenath, the daughter of Potipherah, priest of On, as his wife. And Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. Now Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Joseph departed from the presence of Pharaoh and went through all the land of Egypt. In the 7 abundant years, the earth produced handfuls. And Joseph gathered all the food of the 7 years in the land of Egypt and stored the food in the cities. He stored away in every city the food from its own surrounding fields. Thus Joseph gathered and stored up grain in great abundance like the sand of the sea, until he stopped counting it, for it could not be measured. Now 2 sons were born to Joseph before the years of famine came, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potipherah, priest of On, bore to him. Joseph named the firstborn Manasseh, for he said, "God has made me forget all my trouble and hardship and all my father's household." He named the second Ephraim, for God has caused me to be fruitful and very successful in the land of my suffering. When the 7 years of plenty came to an end in the land of Egypt, the 7 years of famine began to come, just as Joseph had said. The famine was in all the lands, but in the land of Egypt there was bread. So when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried out to Pharaoh for food. And Pharaoh said to all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph, do whatever he says to you." When the famine was spread over all the land, Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold to the Egyptians, and the famine grew severe in the land of Egypt. And all countries came to Egypt to Joseph to buy grain, because the famine was severe over all the earth. Now when Jacob learned that there was grain in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why are you staring at one another?" He said, "I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy grain for us, so that we may live and not die." So 10 of Joseph's brothers went down to buy grain in Egypt. But Jacob did not send Benjamin, Joseph's brother, with his brothers, for he said, "I am afraid that some harm or injury may come to him." So the sons of Israel came to buy grain along with the others who were coming, for famine was in the land of Canaan also. Now Joseph was the ruler over the land, and he was the one who sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brothers came and bowed down before him with their faces to the ground. When Joseph saw his brothers, he recognized them, but he treated them as strangers and spoke harshly to them. He said to them, "Where have you come from?" And they said, "From the land of Canaan to buy food." Joseph recognized his brothers, but they did not recognize him. Joseph remembered the dreams he had dreamed about them and said to them, "You are spies. You have come to observe the undefended parts of our land." But they said to him, "No, my lord, for your servants have come to buy food. We are all the sons of one man. We are honest men. Your servants are not spies." Yet he said to them, "No, you have come to see the undefended parts of our land." But they said, "Your servants are 12 brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. Please listen. The youngest is with our father today, and one is no longer alive." Joseph said to them, "It is as I said to you. You are spies. In this way you shall be tested. By the life of Pharaoh, you shall not leave this place unless your youngest brother comes here. Send one of you, and let him bring your brother, while you remain confined, so that your words may be tested, whether there is any truth in you. Or else, by the life of Pharaoh, certainly you are spies." Then Joseph put them all in prison for 3 days. Now Joseph said to them on the 3rd day, "Do this and you may live, for I fear God. If you are honest men, let one of your brothers be confined in your prison. But as for the rest of you, go, carry grain for the famine in your households. But bring your youngest brother to me, so your words will be verified, and you will not die." And they did so. And they said to one another, "Truly, we are guilty regarding our brother, because we saw the distress and anguish of his soul when he pleaded with us, yet we would not listen. So this distress and anguish has come on us." Reuben answered them, "Did I not tell you, do not sin against the boy? And you would not listen? Now the accounting for his blood is required." They did not know that Joseph understood, because he spoke to them through an interpreter. He turned away from his brothers and wept. Then he returned and talked with them, and took Simeon from them, and bound him in front of them. Then Joseph gave orders that their bags be filled with grain, and that every man's money be put back in his sack, and that provisions be given to them for the journey. And so this was done for them. They loaded their donkeys with grain and left from there. And at the lodging place, as one of them opened his sack to feed his donkey, he saw his money in the opening of his sack. And he said to his brothers, "My money has been returned. Here it is in my sack." And their hearts sank, and they were afraid, and turned trembling to one another, saying, "What is this that God has done to us?" When they came to Jacob their father in the land of Canaan, they told him everything that had happened to them, saying, "The man who is the Lord of the land spoke harshly to us and took us for spies of the land." But we told him, "We are honest men. We are not spies. We are 12 brothers, sons of our father. One is no longer alive, and the youngest is with our father today in the land of Canaan." And the man, the lord of the country, said to us, "By this I will know that you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers here with me, and take grain for your starving households and go. Bring your youngest brother to me. Then I will know that you are not spies, but that you are honest men. Then I will return your brother to you, and you may trade and do business in the land." Now when they emptied their sacks, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. When they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. Jacob their father said to them, "You have bereaved me of my children. Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more, and you would take Benjamin. All these things are against me." Then Reuben spoke to his father, "You may put my 2 sons to death if I do not bring Benjamin back to you. Put him in my care, and I will return him to you." But Jacob said, "My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he alone is left. If any harm or accident should happen to him on the journey you are taking, then you will bring my gray hair down to Sheol in sorrow." Now the famine was very severe in the land, and it happened that when the families of Jacob's sons had finished eating the grain which they had brought from Egypt, their father said to them, "Go again, buy us a little food." But Judah said to him, "The man solemnly and sternly warned us, saying, 'You will not see my face unless your brother is with you. If you will send our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down there.' For the man said to us, 'You will not see my face unless your brother is with you.' And Israel said, 'Why did you treat me so badly by telling the man that you had another brother?' And they said, 'The man asked us straightforward questions about ourselves and our relatives. He said, "Is your father still alive? Have you another brother?" And we answered him accordingly. How could we possibly know that he would say, 'Bring your brother down'?" Judah said to Israel his father, "Send the young man with me, and we will get up and go, so that we may live and not die. We, as well as you and our little ones. I will be security for him. You may hold me responsible for him. If I do not bring him to you and place him before you, then let me bear the blame before you forever. For if we had not delayed like this, surely by now we would have returned the second time." Then their father Israel said to them, "If it must be so, then do this. Take some of the choicest products of the land in your sacks, and carry it as a present to the man, a little balm and a little honey, aromatic spices or gum, resin, pistachio nuts, and almonds. Take double the money with you, and take back the money that was returned in the opening of your sacks. Perhaps it was an oversight. Take your brother also, and get up, and go to the man. And may God Almighty grant you compassion and favor before the man, so that he will release to you your other brother and Benjamin. And as for me, if I am bereaved of my children, I am bereaved." Then the men took the present, and they took double the money with them, and Benjamin. Then they left and went down to Egypt and stood before Joseph. When Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the steward of his house, "Bring the men into the house, and kill an animal, and make ready, for the men will dine with me at noon." So the man did as Joseph said, and brought the men to Joseph's house. The men were afraid, because they were brought to Joseph's house. And they said, "It is because of the money that was returned in our sacks the first time that we are being brought in, so that he may find a reason to accuse us and assail us, and take us as slaves, and seize our donkeys." So they approached the steward of Joseph's house, and talked with him at the entrance of the house, and said, "O my lord, we indeed came down here the first time to buy food, and when we arrived at the inn, we opened our sacks, and there was each man's money, in full, returned in the mouth of his sack. So we have brought it back. We have also brought down with us additional money to buy food. We do not know who put our money in our sacks." But the steward said, "Peace be to you. Do not be afraid. Your God and the God of your father has given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money." Then he brought Simeon out to them. Then the steward brought the men into Joseph's house and gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave their donkeys feed. So they prepared the present for Joseph before his arrival at noon, for they had heard that they were to eat a meal there. When Joseph came home, they brought into the house to him the present which they had with them, and bowed to the ground before him. He asked them about their well-being and said, "Is your old father well, of whom you spoke? Is he still alive?" And they answered, "Your servant, our father, is in good health. He is still alive." And they bowed down in respect. And he looked up and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, "Is this your youngest brother, of whom you spoke to me?" And Joseph said, "God be gracious to you and show you favor, my son." Then Joseph hurried out because his heart was deeply touched over his brother, and he sought privacy to weep. So he entered his chamber and wept there. Then he washed his face and came out, and restraining himself said, "Let the meal be served." So the servants served Joseph by himself, and his brothers by themselves, and the Egyptians who ate with him by themselves, because the Egyptians could not eat food with the Hebrews, for that is loathsome to the Egyptians. Now Joseph's brothers were seated before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men looked at one another in astonishment. Joseph selected and sent portions to them from his own table, but Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as any of theirs. So they feasted and drank freely and celebrated with him. And he commanded the steward of his house, saying, "Fill the men's sacks with food, as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in the mouth of the sack. Put my cup, the silver cup, in the mouth of the sack of the youngest, with his grain money." And the steward did as Joseph had told him. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their donkeys. When they had left the city and were not yet far away, Joseph said to his steward, "Get up, follow after the men, and when you overtake them, say to them, 'Why have you repaid evil for good? Is this not my Lord's drinking cup, and the one which he uses for divination? You have done wrong in doing this.' So the steward overtook them, and he said these words to them. They said to him, 'Why does my Lord speak these things? Far be it from your servants to do such a thing. Please remember, the money which we found in the mouths of our sacks, we have brought back to you from the land of Canaan. Is it likely then that we would steal silver or gold from your master's house? With whomever of your servants your master's cup is found, let him die, and the rest of us will be my Lord's slaves." And the steward said, "Now let it be as you say. He with whom the cup is found will be my slave, but the rest of you shall be blameless." Then every man quickly lowered his sack to the ground, and each man opened his sack. The steward searched, beginning with the eldest and ending with the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they tore their clothes, and after each man had loaded his donkey again, they returned to the city. When Judah and his brothers came to Joseph's house, he was still there, and they fell to the ground before him. Joseph spoke harshly to them. "What is this thing that you have done? Do you not realize that such a man as I can indeed practice divination and foretell?" So Judah said, "What can we say to my lord? What can we reply? Or how can we clear ourselves, since God has exposed the sin and guilt of your servants? Behold, we are my lord's slaves, the rest of us, as well as he with whom the cup is found." But Joseph said, "Far be it from me that I should do that. But the man in whose hand the cup has been found, he will be my servant. And as for you, get up and go in peace to your father." Then Judah approached him and said, "O my lord, please let your servant say a word to you in private, and do not let your anger blaze against your servant, for you are equal to Pharaoh." My lord asked his servants, saying, "Have you a father or a brother?" We said to my lord, "We have an old father and a young child of his old age. Now his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loves him." Then you said to your servants, "Bring him down to me, that I may actually see him." But we said to my lord, "The young man cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die." You said to your servants, "Unless your youngest brother comes with you, you shall not see my face again." So when we went back to your servant my father, we told him what my lord had said. Our father said, "Go back and buy us a little food." But we said, "We cannot go down. If our youngest brother is with us, then we will go down, for we cannot see the man's face unless our youngest brother is with us." Your servant my father said to us, "You know that my wife bore me 2 sons, and one went out from me, and I said, 'Surely he is torn to pieces,' and I have not seen him since. If you take this one also from me, and harm or an accident happens to him, you will bring my gray hair down to Sheol in sorrow. Now, therefore, when I come to your servant my father, and the young man is not with us, since his life is bound up in the young man's life, when he sees that the young man is not with us, he will die. And your servants will bring the gray hair of your servant, our father, down to Sheol in sorrow. For your servant became security for the young man to my father, saying, 'If I do not bring him back to you, then let me bear the blame before my father forever. Now, therefore, please let your servant remain here instead of the youth a slave to my lord, and let the young man go home with his brothers. How can I go up to my father if the young man is not with me, for fear that I would see the tragedy that would overtake my father?'" Then Joseph could not control himself in front of all those who attended him, and he called out, "Have everyone leave me." So no man stood there when Joseph revealed himself to his brothers. Joseph wept aloud, and the Egyptians heard it, and the household of Pharaoh heard of it. Then Joseph said to his brothers, "I am Joseph. Is my father still alive?" But his brothers were speechless, for they were stunned and dismayed by Joseph's presence. And Joseph said to his brothers, "Please come closer to me." And they approached him, and he said, "I am Joseph, your brother, whom you sold into Egypt. Now don't be distressed or angry with yourselves because you sold me here, for God sent me ahead of you to save life and preserve our family. For the famine has been in the land these 2 years, and there are still 5 more years in which there will be no plowing and harvesting. God sent me ahead of you to preserve for you a remnant on the earth, and to keep you alive by a great escape. So now it was not you who sent me here, but God. And he has made me a father to Pharaoh, and lord of all his household, and ruler over all the land of Egypt. Hurry and go up to my father, and tell him, 'Your son Joseph says this to you. God has made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me. Don't delay. You shall live in the land of Goshen, and you shall be close to me, you and your children and your grandchildren, your flocks and your herds and all you have. There I will provide for you and sustain you, so that you and your household and all that are yours may not become impoverished, for there are still 5 years of famine to come. Look, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin see, that I am speaking to you. Now you must tell my father of all my splendor and power in Egypt, and of everything that you have seen. And you must hurry and bring my father down here." Then he embraced his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept on his neck. He kissed all his brothers and wept on them, and afterward his brothers talked with him. When the news was heard in Pharaoh's house that Joseph's brothers had come, it pleased Pharaoh and his servants. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Tell your brothers, do this: load your animals and return to the land of Canaan, and get your father and your households, and come to me. I will give you the best of the land of Egypt, and you will eat the fat of the land. Now you are ordered, do this: take wagons from the land of Egypt for your little ones and for your wives, and bring your father and come. Do not be concerned with your goods, for the best of all the land of Egypt is yours." Then the sons of Israel did so, and Joseph gave them wagons according to the command of Pharaoh, and gave them provisions for the journey. To each of them Joseph gave changes of clothing, but to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of clothing. To his father he sent the following: 10 male donkeys loaded with the good things of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain and bread and provision for his father on the journey. So he sent his brothers away, and as they departed, he said to them, "See that you do not quarrel on the journey." So they went up from Egypt and came to the land of Canaan to Jacob their father, and they said to him, "Joseph is still alive, and indeed, he is ruler over all the land of Egypt." But Jacob was stunned, and his heart almost stopped beating, because he did not believe them. When they told him everything that Joseph had said to them, and when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him, the spirit of their father Jacob revived. And Israel said, "It is enough. Joseph, my son, is still alive. I will go and see him before I die." So Israel set out with all that he had, and came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And God spoke to Israel in visions of the night, and said, "Jacob, Jacob." And he said, "Here I am." And he said, "I am God, the God of your father. Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for I will make you a great nation there. I will go down with you to Egypt, and I will also surely bring you up again, and Joseph will put his hand on your eyes." So Jacob set out from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel carried their father, Jacob, and their children and their wives in the wagons that Pharaoh had sent to carry him. And they took their livestock and the possessions which they had acquired in the land of Canaan, and came to Egypt, Jacob and all his descendants with him, his sons and his grandsons, his daughters and his granddaughters, and all his descendants he brought with him to Egypt. Now these are the names of the sons of Israel, Jacob and his sons, who went to Egypt: Reuben, Jacob's firstborn. The sons of Reuben: Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. The sons of Simeon: Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. The sons of Levi: Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Judah: Er, Onan, Shelah, Perez, and Zerah. But Er and Onan died in the land of Canaan, and the sons of Perez were Hezron and Hamul. The sons of Issachar: Tola, Puvah, Job, and Shimron. The sons of Zebulun: Sered, Elon, and Jahleel. These are the sons of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob in Padanaram, with his daughter Dinah. All of his sons and daughters numbered 33. The sons of Gad: Ziphion, Hagi, Shuni, Esbon, Eri, Arodi, and Areli. The sons of Asher: Imnah, Ishva, Ishvi, Beriah, and Sarah their sister. And the sons of Beriah: Heber and Malchiel. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter, and she bore to Jacob these 16 persons. The sons of Rachel, Jacob's wife: Joseph and Benjamin. Now to Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, bore to him. And the sons of Benjamin: Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Ahi, Rosh, Muppim, Huppim, and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel who were born to Jacob, 14 persons in all. The son of Dan: Hushim. The sons of Naphtali: Jazeel, Guni, Jezer, and Shillem. These are the sons of Bilhah, whom Laban gave to Rachel his daughter. And she bore these to Jacob, 7 persons in all. All the persons who came with Jacob into Egypt, who were his direct descendants, not counting the wives of Jacob's sons, were 66 persons in all. And the sons of Joseph, who were born to him in Egypt, were 2. All the persons of the house of Jacob, who came into Egypt, were 70. Now Jacob sent Judah ahead of him to Joseph, to direct him to Goshen, and they came into the land of Goshen. Then Joseph prepared his chariot, and went up to meet Israel his father in Goshen. As soon as he presented himself before him, he fell on his neck and wept on his neck a long time. And Israel said to Joseph, "Now let me die, since I have seen your face that you are still alive." Joseph said to his brothers and to his father's household, "I will go up and tell Pharaoh, and say to him, 'My brothers and my father's household, who were in the land of Canaan, have come to me. And the men are shepherds, for they have been keepers of livestock. And they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. And it shall be that when Pharaoh calls you and says, "What is your occupation?" you shall say, "Your servants have been keepers of livestock from our youth until now, both we and our fathers, in order that you may live in the land of Goshen. For every shepherd is repulsive to the Egyptians." Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh, "My father and my brothers, with their flocks and their herds and all that they own, have come from the land of Canaan, and they are in the land of Goshen." He took 5 men from among his brothers and presented them to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to his brothers, "What is your occupation?" And they said to Pharaoh, "Your servants are shepherds, both we and our fathers." Moreover, they said to Pharaoh, "We have come to live temporarily in the land, for there is no pasture for the flocks of your servants, for the famine is very severe in Canaan. So now, please let your servants live in the land of Goshen." Then Pharaoh spoke to Joseph, saying, "Your father and your brothers have come to you. The land of Egypt is before you. Settle your father and your brothers in the best of the land. Let them live in the land of Goshen. And if you know of any men of ability among them, put them in charge of my livestock." Then Joseph brought Jacob his father and presented him before Pharaoh, and Jacob blessed Pharaoh. And Pharaoh asked Jacob, "How old are you?" Jacob said to Pharaoh, "The years of my pilgrimage are 130. Few and unpleasant have been the years of my life, and they have not reached the years that my fathers lived during the days of their pilgrimage." And Jacob blessed Pharaoh and departed from his presence. So Joseph settled his father and brothers and gave them a possession in Egypt, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh commanded. Joseph provided and supplied his father and his brothers and all his father's household with food, according to their children. Now there was no food in all the land, for the famine was distressingly severe, so that the land of Egypt and all the land of Canaan languished because of the famine. Joseph gathered all the money that was found in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan for the grain which they bought. And Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. And when the money was exhausted in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came to Joseph and said, "Give us food. Why should we die before your very eyes? For our money is gone." Joseph said, "Give up your livestock, and I will give you food in exchange for your livestock, since the money is gone." So they brought their livestock to Joseph, and he gave them food in exchange for the horses and the flocks and the herds and the donkeys. And he supplied them with food in exchange for all their livestock that year. When that year was ended, they came to him the next year and said to him, "We will not hide from my lord that our money is spent. My lord also has our herds of livestock. There is nothing left in the sight of my lord but our bodies and our lands. Why should we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land in exchange for food, and we and our land will be servants to Pharaoh. And give us seed, that we may live and not die, and that the land may not be desolate." So Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh, for every Egyptian sold his field, because the famine was severe upon them. So the land became Pharaoh's. And as for the people, he relocated them to cities from one end of Egypt's border to the other. Only the land of the priests he did not buy, for the priests had an allotment from Pharaoh, and they lived on the amount which Pharaoh gave them, so they did not sell their land. Then Joseph said to the people, "Look, today I have bought you and your land for Pharaoh. Now, here is seed for you, and you shall plant the land. At harvest time, you shall give 1/5 of it to Pharaoh, and 4/5 will be your own to use for seed for the field, and as food for you and those of your households, and for your little ones." And they said, "You have saved our lives. Let us find favor in the sight of my lord, and we will be Pharaoh's servants." And Joseph made it a law over the land of Egypt, valid to this day, that Pharaoh should have the 5th part. Only the land of the priests did not become Pharaoh's. Now Israel lived in the country of Egypt, in Goshen, and they gained possessions and acquired property there, and were fruitful and multiplied greatly. And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. So the length of Jacob's life was 147 years. And when the time drew near for Israel to die, he called his son Joseph and said to him, "If now I have found favor in your sight, please put your hand under my thigh and deal loyally and faithfully with me. Please do not bury me in Egypt, but when I lie down with my fathers, you will carry me out of Egypt and bury me in their burial place." And Joseph said, "I will do as you have directed." Then he said, "Swear to me." So he swore to him. Then Israel bowed in worship at the head of the bed. Now some time after these things happened, Joseph was told, "Your father is sick." So he took his 2 sons Manasseh and Ephraim with him. And when Jacob was told, "Look now, your son Joseph has come to you," Israel strengthened himself and sat up on the bed. Then Jacob said to Joseph, "God Almighty appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and blessed me, and said to me, 'Behold, I will make you fruitful and numerous, and I will make you a great company of people, and will give this land to your descendants after you as an everlasting possession. Now your 2 sons, who were born to you in the land of Egypt, before I came to you in Egypt, are mine. Ephraim and Manasseh shall be mine, as Reuben and Simeon are my sons. But other sons who were born to you after them shall be your own. They shall be called by the names of their brothers in their inheritance. Now as for me, when I came from Paddan, Rachel died beside me in the land of Canaan on the journey, when there was still some distance to go to Ephrath, and I buried her there on the way to Ephrath. When Israel saw Joseph's sons, he said, "Who are these?" Joseph said to his father, "They are my sons, whom God has given me here." So he said, "Please bring them to me, so that I may bless them." Now Israel's eyes were so dim from age that he could not see. Then Joseph brought them close to him, and he kissed and embraced them. Israel said to Joseph, "I never expected to see your face, but see, God has shown me your children as well." Then Joseph took the boys, and he bowed with his face to the ground. Then Joseph took them both, Ephraim with his right hand toward Israel's left, and Manasseh with his left hand toward Israel's right, and brought them close to him. But Israel reached out his right hand and laid it on the head of Ephraim, who was the younger, and his left hand on Manasseh's head, crossing his hands, even though Manasseh was the firstborn. Then Jacob blessed Joseph and said, "The God before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who has been my shepherd all my life to this day, the angel who has redeemed me from all evil, bless the boys. And may my name live on in them, and the names of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and may they grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth." When Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand on Ephraim's head, it displeased him, and he grasped his father's hand to move it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head. Joseph said to his father, "Not so, my father, for this is the firstborn. Place your right hand on Manasseh's head." But his father refused and said, "I know, my son, I know. Manasseh also will become a people, and he will be great. But his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his descendants shall become a multitude of nations." Then Jacob blessed them that day, saying, "By you Israel will pronounce a blessing, saying, 'May God make you like Ephraim and Manasseh.' And he put Ephraim before Manasseh. Then Israel said to Joseph, "Behold, I am about to die, but God will be with you, and bring you back to the land of your fathers. Moreover, I have given you one portion more than any of your brothers, which I took from the hand of the Amorites, with my sword and with my bow." Then Jacob called for his sons and said, "Assemble yourselves that I may tell you what will happen to you and your descendants in the days to come. Gather together and hear, O sons of Jacob, and listen to Israel your father. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, the beginning of my strength and vigor, preeminent in dignity and preeminent in power, but unstable and reckless and boiling over like water. You shall not excel or have the preeminence, because you went up to your father's bed. You defiled it. He went up to my couch. Simeon and Levi are brothers. Their swords are weapons of violence and revenge. O my soul, do not come into their secret council. Let not my glory be united with their assembly, because in their anger they killed men, and in their self-will they lamed oxen. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide and disperse them in Jacob, and scatter them in Israel. Judah, you are the one whom your brothers shall praise. Your hand will be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's sons shall bow down to you. Judah, a lion's cub. With the prey, my son, you have gone high up. He stooped down. He crouched like a lion. And like a lion, who dares rouse him? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until Shiloh comes, and to him shall be the obedience of the peoples. Tying his foal to the vine, and his donkey's colt to the choice vine, he washes his clothing in wine, and his robes in the blood of grapes. His eyes are darker and sparkle more than wine, and his teeth whiter than milk. Zebulun shall dwell at the seashore, and he shall be a haven for ships, and his flank shall be toward Sidon. Issachar is like a strong-boned donkey, crouching down between the sheepfolds. When he saw that the resting place was good, and that the land was pleasant, he bowed his shoulder to bear burdens, and became a servant at forced labor. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a serpent in the way, a fanged snake in the path that bites the horse's heels, so that his rider falls backward. I wait for your salvation, O Lord. As for Gad, a raiding troop shall raid him, but he shall raid at their heels and assault them. Asher's food shall be rich and bountiful, and he shall yield and deliver royal delights. Naphtali is a doe let loose, which yields branched antlers. Joseph is a fruitful bough by a spring. Its branches run over the wall. The archers have bitterly attacked and provoked him. They have shot at him and harassed him. But his bow remained firm and steady, for his arms were made strong and agile by the hands of the mighty one of Jacob, by the name of the shepherd, the stone of Israel, by the God of your father who will help you, and by the Almighty who blesses you with blessings of the heavens above, blessings lying in the deep that couches beneath, blessings of the breasts and of the womb. The blessings of your father are greater than the blessings of my ancestors, up to the utmost bound of the everlasting hills. They shall be on the head of Joseph, even on the crown of the head of him who was the distinguished one, and the one who is prince among his brothers. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he devours the prey, and at night he divides the spoil. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel, and this is what their father said to them as he blessed them, blessing each one according to the blessing appropriate to him. He charged them and said to them, I am to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the cave in the field at Machpelah, east of Mamre, in the land of Canaan, that Abraham bought, along with the field from Ephron the Hittite, to possess as a burial site. There they buried Abraham and Sarah his wife. There they buried Isaac and Rebekah his wife. And there I buried Leah. The field and the cave that is in it was purchased from the sons of Heth. When Jacob had finished commanding his sons, he drew his feet into the bed and breathed his last, and was gathered to his people. Then Joseph fell upon his father's face, and wept over him and kissed him. Then Joseph ordered his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father. So the physicians embalmed Israel. Now 40 days were required for this, for that is the customary number of days required for embalming. And the Egyptians wept and grieved for him for 70 days. When the days of weeping and public mourning for him were past, Joseph spoke to the house of Pharaoh, saying, If now I have found favor in your sight, please speak to Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Hear me, I am about to die. Bury me in my tomb, which I prepared for myself in the land of Canaan. So now let me go up, please, and bury my father. Then I will return. And Pharaoh said, Go up, and bury your father, as he made you swear." So Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went all the officials of Pharaoh, the elders of his household, and all the elders of the land of Egypt, and all the household of Joseph and his brothers and his father's household. They left only their little ones and their flocks and herds in the land of Goshen. Both chariots and horsemen also went up with Joseph, and it was a very great company. When they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond the Jordan, they mourned there with a great lamentation and sorrow. And Joseph observed a 7-day mourning for his father. When the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, saw the mourning at the threshing floor of Atad, they said, "This is a grievous mourning for the Egyptians." Therefore, the place was named Abel Mizraim. It is west of the Jordan. So Jacob's sons did for him as he had commanded them. For his sons carried him to the land of Canaan and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, east of Mamre, which Abraham bought along with the field as a burial site from Ephron the Hittite. After he had buried his father, Joseph returned to Egypt, he and his brothers, and all who had gone up with him. When Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, "What if Joseph carries a grudge against us and pays us back in full for all the wrong which we did to him?" So they sent word to Joseph, saying, "Your father commanded us before he died, saying, 'You are to say to Joseph, I beg you, please forgive the transgression of your brothers and their sin, for they did you wrong. Now please forgive the transgression of the servants of the God of your father.' And Joseph wept when they spoke to him. Then his brothers went and fell down before him. Then they said, 'Behold, we are your servants.' But Joseph said to them, 'Do not be afraid, for am I in the place of God? As for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good in order to bring about this present outcome, that many people would be kept alive. So now, do not be afraid. I will provide for you and support you and your little ones.' So he comforted them and spoke to their hearts. Now Joseph lived in Egypt, he and his father's household, and Joseph lived 110 years. Joseph saw the third generation of Ephraim's children. Also the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, were born and raised on Joseph's knees. Joseph said to his brothers, 'I am about to die, but God will surely take care of you and bring you up out of this land, to the land which he promised to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob.' Then Joseph made the sons of Israel swear, saying, 'God will surely visit you and take care of you, and you shall carry my bones up from here.' So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt.